Lord, it's freezing. Okay, good morning and welcome to the November 3rd, 2023 meeting of the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees. This meeting is being held in person in Green Hall with some board members participating remotely. At this time, I will ask Board Secretary Michelle Carreri to conduct a roll call attendance to determine if a quorum is present. Please clearly respond present via WebEx or present in person when your name is called.
Margot Cook,
Present in person.
Armin Sabatoni,
Present in person.
Maria Duchamp, Michael Fascitelli,
Take a time.
Charles Fogarty, Joe Formicola,
Present in person.
Monica Garnes, Richard Humphrey, Neil Kerwin,
Present via WebEx.
Matt Lenz,
Present in person.
Robbie Luna, Joseph Matthews, Courtney Nicolato,
Present in person.
Vahid Onjazieri, Jay Placencia,
Present via WebEx.
Tom Ryan,
Present in person.
Bob Wiegand,
Present in person.
Mark Parlange,
Present in person.
Michael Gray,
Present in person.
David Caprio, Melissa Sutherland,
Present in person.
Reva Goyal.
Present in person.
We have a quorum.
Fantastic. A quorum is present. Hi, Tom. I call this meeting to order. A reminder to all members for the benefit of our public audience and the note taker, please clearly identify yourself whenever you comment, make a motion, or a second to a motion. Please clearly state yes, no, or abstain for all action items. Participants using WebEx are required to keep their camera on as remote members, and all persons present at the meeting location must be clearly audible and visible to each other. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that the University of Rhode Island occupies the traditional homeland of the Narragansett Nation and the Niantic people. I would also like to congratulate Vice Chair Armin Sabatoni, who received the Rhode Island Institute for Labor Studies and Research Lifetime Achievement Award on November 1st. We had a table from the university representing URI to help you and congratulate you for that achievement. You know, Armin has, I don't know how he could do this because he doesn't look this old, but I think it's been like 50 years you've been in leadership. 53. Okay, he's a little older than I thought. 53 years of helping workers, not just in the state of Rhode Island, but from Maine to New York and really across the country. So we want to say congratulations for all you've done for labor for so many years.
Here, here.
Okay, and we're glad you're retired and working here. So that's good.
I am too.
Okay, so this is also the first time that we've met in Green Hall. I don't think I've been here since probably 1984, so it was good to be back. This building is a campus landmark. It was built in 1937. And for architecture fans, this is a Georgian Revival building, and it housed the library, bookstore, administrative offices, and student services through the early 60s. In 2003, it was restored for about $6.25 million. And it is now the official logo. If you think about all the URI publications and all the things that you see from a branding standpoint, this is the building that that is shown. It was named for Theodore Francis Green, who we all know from our airport, who was a governor and a U.S. senator. And there is a plaque, which I didn't see, but there's a plaque downstairs that has all of the past U.S. URI Board of Trustees names on them. So someday your name will be on there, but maybe not shortly, but at some point your name will be on that plaque. And it's nice that it commemorates the URI board. So today we also have an open forum guest. You know, as you know, we start every meeting with an open forum where we, in accordance with our bylaws, we allow some time for each person to come forward and speak for 3 minutes each. As we've said before, There's no reason for us to respond. We're here to listen. And if there's anything for us to follow up on, we will do that. And so I believe we have Jay Walsh this morning. Good morning, Jay.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Board of Trustees. I'm happy to be here this morning, and I wanted to talk a little bit about our relationship. Versions of this board and URI AUP, which is the union that represents full-time faculty at the university, have had a contract for 52 years, almost as long as Armin's been leading in LiUNA. All sorts of issues have been resolved through grievances, arbitrations, and even a strike that shut down campus. The agreements that resulted from those disputes form the basis of the collective bargaining agreement between the board and the union. As the contract is strengthened, we have fewer conflicts over time. Unwritten agreements become past practices that help determine the terms and conditions of work. Neither the union nor the board can unilaterally alter these terms and conditions. It is also true that employees of the board, like the president, the provost, the vice presidents, or the deans, are prohibited from unilaterally altering terms and conditions of employment. Changes to existing policies that impact terms and conditions of employment must be collectively bargained. Attempts to raise the research profile are explicitly connected to the terms and conditions of employment and must be collectively bargained. Changes to the standards for retention, promotion, and tenure are explicitly connected to terms and conditions of employment and must be bargained. Any impacts that incentive-based budgeting has on faculty members' work must be bargained. Wednesday night, I had the pleasure of being present when Trustee Sabatoni and Speaker Sicarci, who happens to be my House representative, both told stories about the value of sitting down face to face to work out differences and hammer out agreements that positively change people's lives. Their stories reminded me of the possibilities that exist at URI. If the board and the union have been able to work out differences and grow this university in the last 52 years, we can certainly do it for the next 52 years. But that requires us to have conversations prior to changes, not fight about changes after they occur. URI AUP is always willing to talk. You know how to reach me, and I look forward to future conversation about issues the board might be considering. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Where is the speaker sitting? Okay, good. Okay, so good news is we have Speaker Shikarchi here. And so we're going to turn to that part of our agenda. Let me just
We come to this building when you're paying your tuition.
What is that used for? What's that area?
But we're rethinking it, actually. It's actually great space. If I were a student here, I would study in there. Yeah.
okay. Let the speaker get some breakfast and settle in, and we're going to do Mark's president report first, and then the speaker will come in. So are you ready to do that?
So I'll go up. Okay, well, good morning, everyone. It's great to see you here. And it's also delightful to Michael to welcome you onto the Board of Trustees and to have our speaker here today. So there's a lot going on. This has been a particularly busy and interesting um, semester. So I'm going to, though it'll be relatively short compared to last month's Board of Trustees, but I'll give a little bit of campus updates, talk a little bit about the state appropriations, our history, our requests. So just to remind you, for 25, a little bit of an update on government relations. Some of these topics we're going to go into a bit more detail later today. People will speak to them, including Hope Scholarship impact. So we will, Dean Labouty will be talking about that. Campus Master Plan development, Abby Benson will be talking a bit about that. So
Do we have everybody on mute? Okay, go ahead, Mark.
okay, so a few things. So I show a few pictures here. I first want to okay. So there's a picture of Carrie LaPlante over on the right, who's becoming our new dean of the College of Pharmacy. Welcome, Carrie. And our current dean of the College of Pharmacy, who's done a outstanding job for more than 10 years, Paul Larrett, who's on the other side. So there's a number of things obviously happening. I think since we spoke last, up on the top left, we had the State of the University address, as we do in the fall. I want to thank members of the Board of Trustees who attended and those who watched online. We've had so many university-wide events, and so I was going to mention up at the top, Marie Antoinette, our theater is the best. The Guitar Festival, I don't know how many of you know about this, but one of our colleagues, Adam Levine, it was simply wonderful to see our students. The Quad Fest, it corresponded with the Day of Giving, and it broke all one-day funding records. We have a number of other things so that it doesn't always seem like we're out on the quad. There's also been some really nice technical conferences. We had one special one for Arun Shukla, who's been the director of the National Institute for Undersea Vehicle Technology, to celebrate his 70th birthday, and he had colleagues from around the world coming. That was just wonderful. And then Christian Anempor lecture was held, and this year was special because Christian was able to join us in person. And so we had a colleague from a reporter from Ukraine who was able to give a very strong talk. We've had a number of vigils and gatherings for our students, organized in part by URI Hillel and also by our Multicultural Student Association. It is very important to us that this is a welcoming, this is an inclusive environment. Everybody has to feel safe at URI. And I will have to say that I've been just really impressed by the leadership of our students, of our faculty, of our staff. And next week, we're having a gathering that's being organized by the chaplains on campus. And so there's a number of opportunities really to come together as URI community. We also had a talk just 2 weeks ago, the second Langevin Symposium. This was talking about the political divide in the U.S. and Steve Israel and Reince Priebus spoke, both former directors of the Democratic and Republican parties, respectively, and there was great turnout, and it was. I think it was one of those events where we actually could have a conversation about difficult topics together. And then former Secretary Gorbea was at the Women's Center having a very interesting conversation with students. So a little bit, Dean is going to give you a lot more update on the enrollment numbers, our applications, our number of first year students, transfers, where we are. We're in good shape. And Dean will explain to you what's been going on in terms of out of state versus in state and choices that students are making. One big thing to really please keep in mind is that on December 16th, we will have a first ever university-wide fall commencement ceremony. This has been important. A lot of students graduate in the fall and then they actually don't come back for their graduation. So we will certainly be inviting the board to join the platform party. And then the spring commencement, we're anticipating some significant changes after a lot of feedback over the last 2 years from faculty, staff, students, alumni, parents, graduates. So we're going to move away from just the concept of a university-wide graduation. And I can talk lots of reasons why it wasn't actually truly a university-wide graduation. It was basically the arts and sciences college. And we're going to hold individual ceremonies. We really want it to be a great experience for our students, a great experience for our families, and we will be organizing and welcoming board participation in each of those ceremonies for the different colleges. So that's that more to follow on that. A little bit about the state appropriations. So since last time, we've had a meeting and a presentation up with the OMB up at the across from the State House. Of course, you all know this good story that our state appropriations have taken a turn and are going uphill, and that's extremely important. So we have momentum there. So I obviously want to see us continue that. So a little bit, just some high level numbers. These I've presented before, but in case it's always good to remember. In state appropriations, we're asking for 137.5 million. We have RICAP asset protection, 16.3, and then we have a general obligation bond that we seek for a new biomedical life sciences building. So 87.45 million there. The in terms of what happened, if we go back to FY24, you'll remember that we saw an increase. FY23, we had 91.3 million from the state, and FY24, we were able to see an increase to 105.4, so 14.1 million increase. And so big thanks. I'd like to say big thanks to the speaker who's just there. So anyway, we should applaud him when he comes in, and to the governor and all the representatives who stepped up, and the Senate president. So I'm very grateful to lots of people. And you'll see over on the right our request. So part of it is our operating budget shortfall, which we've been living with. I'll show you a little bit about current service level. Additional revenue is obviously tuition. You remember last year we had actually discussed it in September. We're changing it a bit so that we can, it allows us to be more in line with when our peers announce tuition, and we'll know a little bit more about where we are in terms of state appropriations. And then I'll talk a little bit more about strategic initiatives. So in terms of the current service level, the biggest piece of it is actually cost of living increases that we're contracted to do. We've had to to balance the budget this past year, we did a number of freezes, both in colleges for faculty and staff positions. Student aid is, of course, crucial, and then you can see different pieces, in smaller amounts. In terms of a little bit in terms of our strategic initiatives, so we really everything is aligned with the strategic plan, Focus URI. The first is strategic plan one. It's really it's our commitment to the state of Rhode Island. It's our commitment to our land grant and sea grant mission. And right now, and the speaker could certainly would talk more about it, but biomedical sciences, the life sciences hub in Providence is very, very important. It's so crucial, though, that the research flagship university of the state be invested there. So we're looking to grow faculty there. I'll talk a little bit more about student achievement and academic advisors. We typically, you expect 273 students per one advisor. We're actually at 800 students per advisor. So it's deplorable in terms of the numbers, so it's tough. And then in terms of fostering an inclusive culture, SP3, we're seeking support for the first time for our talent development program, which is so important, our National Guard program, and our tribal scholarships. So we give scholarships to Narragansett tribal members. And then finally, the last is really about powering the university of the future, and it's about IT modernization. And I'll give you some of the breakout of that section. So just looking at broadening our impact and enhancing student achievement, that's about a 5 million increase. So we're expecting, we're hoping to hire 20 new faculty lines. We believe that this is crucial in terms of obviously cutting edge research, but it's also the education. It's interesting, if we are going to grow in the state of Rhode Island, the life sciences, let's remember that how important it is that we are graduating good students, that we have the students for internships, that we have the students that are going to take jobs in the labs, and ultimately we're going to have PhDs and postdocs who will be running those operations in the life sciences. So that's very important. And then the second piece is concerning student achievement and the advisors, and this is important in terms of student success, retention. We're very proud. It's one of the things, as you know, it's one of the KPIs that we report on. We want our graduates to stay in the state. We want them to come to URI, and we want them to succeed. So in the case, again, of URI College of Arts and Sciences, we have 800 students per a single advisor. A little bit about our inclusive culture. So talent development program has been running since 1968. It really provides the wraparound services so that when we admit students, we really want them to succeed. And so this has been working extremely well. You see alumni all over the state. We're approaching 5,000 TD alums, as they call themselves. And so we're asking for support. This year, we're spending about 15 million. It's obviously out of state tuition that's supporting our Rhode Island students. So we're going to be asking the state for 1 million for that particular piece. On the National Guard, it's interesting. The National Guard will advertise, come study at URI for free. But who pays? It's URI. So that turns out to be about 1.6 million annually. So we're hoping to split the costs there with the state. And then the tribal scholarships, it's turning out, and it's wonderful. But it's going to run about $1 million annually, and so we're hoping again to split the costs there. So obviously, the state support is so important for to support access to the university. Now, a little bit about this large ticket item, which is powering the university of the future. So the enterprise resource planning software is key. We really are trying to upgrade our IT. As some of you know, in certain offices, we still use the typewriter. We still put things are multi-copied and drive them to Providence, and then they're retyped. And I know there's something called the optical fiber in the computer, but we really do have some serious needs across. So it's, as you can see it, and we can of course discuss the details, but this is really going to enhance our ability to both support research but also economic development within Rhode Island through research computing support. The
Mark,
right
can you
cap
just spend a second on, Mark, what's the ERP implementation?
okay, so let's see. I think on the previous page,
2.9.
we had if you look here, the ERP system replacement 1.7. So that's actually for software, but it turns out one of the critical pieces is really to support the implementation of the software so that it's used effectively from the beginning. And so that planning is something URI has never budgeted. So if we actually look at Abby, if you want to jump in on that one.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. But it's bottom line, very important. Thanks, Abby. Just to remind, we have a quarter of the state's buildings. We have a number of key upgrades. Our bathrooms, we have an issue with them being ADA compliant. We have a number of things also with elevators. It's great to have Jim Langevin as a visiting scholar on our campus for the Langevin, but it's too bad that in his department in political science he's not able to use the elevator to get into the building. So these are things that we're really, and then there's of course related things like stormwater management. A little bit about the geo bond and the biomedical life sciences building. So welcome, Mr. Speaker. So this is near and dear to your heart. If this is key in terms of the Rhode Island Life Sciences Hub, and so really accelerating the workforce, the research, the innovation. Already, currently, we have more than 6,000 students studying some aspect of life sciences at URI. We receive, and I believe this is an underestimate. I actually believe this is the 21.1 million in federal research funding from the Department of Health and Human Services is actually for pharmacy alone. So this is not including the College of Health Sciences and other colleges. But this is we are severely limited on wet lab space, both for teaching and research and training the next generation of students. And just some of you have heard me give this story before, but as you all know, in terms of cancer therapeutics, South San Francisco Bay is an extremely important area. A lot of our URI alums from the PharmD program are out there working, and it's fun to go visit them. And then, at some point I said, so where do you get your students that are, staffing and your interns? And is it from Stanford? Is it from UC San Francisco? And they basically said, well, those are cute, but where we're really getting our students in mass is from the University of California land grant university, which is UC Davis. So UC Davis is to Rhode Island for the state of Rhode Island, URI. And that's where they've invested in the biological sciences and related life sciences to be able to have the interns and the people that are going to be running the labs. So that's very important. And in that case, they're actually 3 hours apart from, San Francisco to Davis, whereas we're 30 minutes. So it's the role that URI is going to play to really build the life sciences in Rhode Island can be exaggerated. Just a little bit in terms of our timeline. So obviously we've submitted the URI budget to the governor's office. We are meeting regularly with Senate and House leadership, South County representatives and senators. I'm on tour. My hope is to visit every single mayor of all the cities and towns. We've had larger meetings with the League of Cities and Towns, in fact, right in this room. Obviously, in January, the General Assembly begins. Somewhere in January, the governor is going to release the proposed funding. And there's going to be a number of other aspects. Obviously, we work very closely with our federal delegation, and they're supporting both requests and earmarks. So that's important. We're looking forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the suggestion, and that was a big hit for us. And so we're looking forward to being back in March for URI Day at the State House. And did you want to speak to that point?
I think it's February 11th. You're coming.
Oh, February 11th. Okay, that's very good to know.
Good that you're here.
Quick, everybody.
I just don't want people to think it's
we
going
need
to be
to get
March.
ready.
That's all.
Okay, thank you. A few other, obviously, so I've gone through some of the issues around state funding are so important. I will, in terms of the legislation, I will speak as I have spoken to the Hope Scholarship. It is important that every student that's seeking higher education in the state of Rhode Island has choice, has the opportunity to go to the University of Rhode Island, and does not simply choose to go to other schools simply because it's more economically feasible. It's a mistake for us. We want the graduates in engineering, in pharmacy, in many fields in the College of Environment and Life Sciences that lead to high-paying jobs for the state of Rhode Island and new businesses. And it's important that all students have that. And I am concerned that, and Dean will show you some numbers, it's already starting to impact where Rhode Islanders are starting to go. And we can also look at what happened with Promise. We have the numbers. We're going after, obviously, federal funding for Blue Economy. I was going to mention later, but maybe I'll mention it now, that Rhode Island was one of 31 designated tech hubs. There were more than 370 applications from basically all 50 states in the country. This has been key in terms of a partnership between the University of Rhode Island, Brown University, also with a number of our key partners in industry around the state. This is done through Commerce. It's organized through Liz Tanner's office. So there's going to be more coming, but that was a big deal. So we were able to, 1 in 11 got funded, and on top of it, we also got a funding grant to be able to support the next stage proposal. The area of focus is in undersea vehicle technology, and not surprising, that's an area of incredible strength. We have a very strong and long-standing partnership with the University of Connecticut in that area. So that this is to really win out because we think it's going to be some 5 to 10 that will finally win out. It's important that we lead in Rhode Island, but that we partner with our colleagues here. So that's going to be important. So I think I've spoken to this. I think every Rhode Island student deserves the opportunity to study at the state's flagship public research university. I don't think it's fair to limit access and equity for Rhode Island students, and again, we have more than 54 disciplines not offered, for example, at Rhode Island College. And I love Rhode Island College, don't get me wrong, but there are critical pathways here. And I know that for Governor McKee's administration, this is a priority for raising income for Rhode Islanders. So the Hope Scholarship Program, and I've testified twice now, I'll do it a third time, must include the University of Rhode Island as an eligible institution to ensure the success of all of our students. This year, we already know what has been the impact. We've been able to see, basically, there were about 150 students. So yes, Rick saw the increase for the first time in first year applications for the longest time. And so it's financially, in terms of tuition and fees, it's hitting us over the next 4 years. That's going to propagate through. It'll probably be 13.6 million, but that's really not the point. The point is that access to the University of Rhode Island for students to be able to have choice and decide where they want to go is so important. So again, 50 first-year students will choose Rick, and that's what I'm estimating going forward. We have very good retention rate in our first year. We have outstanding graduation rate in our sixth year. This is also important. You know, when we talk about TD, it's important. Our students come, they succeed, we support them to graduate. So this is about choice, this is about access, and this is about equity. A little bit about the campus master plan. So the campus master plan was some 20 plus years old. We've pretty much developed the master plan as so designed. And so we're at the point we've developed the strategic plan, which was very important. You'll be hearing more about housing and residential life master plan later today, energy plan. But we have, so we're going to submit the RFP to solicit proposals from qualified architectural firms to really start and in the next 2 years really come. I know some of you, Mike in particular, have asked me this periodically. When are you going to get going on a campus master plan? We've spoken about it before in the various committee meetings, but we were ready. And obviously there's huge opportunities with all the critical investment on the Narragansett Bay campus around the blue economy that's going to grow. And then finally, Alton Jones, where we'll be coming back with more comments. But with that, I just want to say warm thank you to our speaker, Joe Shikarchi, for joining us this morning. It's great to see you here, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
What's the, I know we're focused on the biomedical and life sciences area for obvious reasons, and you mentioned that we're going to hire 20 new faculty. We have the lab space and teaching space for those 20, and then 2, give my grandkids put down there for a couple of weeks. Sorry about that. So yeah, the bond, what's the timing of that? I know we have the general obligation bond, but here we are in November of 23. When would that building open? And is there a way to accelerate it, given the focus the state has and the focus the university has and the research dollars involved, and on and on and on?
So just a couple of high level things. First of all, our current space for life sciences, and that's more broadly defined, is we're basically having 3 faculty groups in space that normally you would have 1 faculty group. So we have systems with boxes, and we try part of it is really a commitment to growing this area of you know, Rhode Island can be a leader in the life sciences. It's really important to invest here. So those 20 faculty would be an important piece of the new building, certainly. But I'm also hoping, you know, this will release a lot of pressure that we have on our current building. So maybe I'll turn to. So the answer is 2028 is when the building would be ready, Tom. If the bond is successful.
Well, I think we should just talk about that and figure out a way to speed it up. I mean, if it's life sciences is where we're pushing the state university is, we have 6,000 students involved in it. We got pharmacy, we got nursing, we got neuroscience, we got health, and it's a lifetime, 5 years. I mean, it's we're going to miss it. And I don't know if we can shorten it, how to shorten it. People smarter than me can figure this out, but I think we should find a way to do it. Maybe we borrow against it before the bond. I don't know the answer, but it feels like 2028 is a long time away.
It does.
Be 2029.
Abby, do you want to speak to this about the timing? I will say one thing is that the governor does wonder a little bit, you know, why aren't we moving faster on certain things on the Bay campus? So he's asking me. So there are rules that we have to follow in Rhode Island. So yeah.
Anybody, I'm just saying, if people had the clarity around that with the state and the governor and the speaker and the president of the Senate and all of us, we could maybe figure it out how to do it a faster way and not just do it the old way we've been doing it.
What's the primary hurdle? Is it funding?
Yeah,
Yeah, so in this case with a bond, obviously, if the bond is, if the bond's approved, we have to wait. It takes a certain amount of time to get the funding. But I think what you're referring to, Tom, is really just from a procurement perspective, we have a lot of hurdles. So the purchasing process takes some time. There's a code review process that takes a lot of time. So we really have to build that into our process. And I know it causes frustration, but it also causes delays and escalation costs in the overall construction. So we would welcome the opportunity, and I know we've talked about opportunities to highlight that. And for the state officials, for the speaker, for the governor, everyone's very much aware. But what does that mean? It means we're delaying a year, 2 years. The costs are much more. So we would welcome that conversation as often as possible.
Because
Yeah.
Sorry, you schedule it like a CPM, right? Beginning, this much is waiting for funding. So you get the funding, the regulatory stuff, and the procurement, like whatever it is, I don't know what it is, right? And then how much is construction? The construction time, really not a whole lot you can't do about it. So you're talking about the regulatory stuff and maybe the speaker, the governor, and people that can push, but certain things you cannot do, right? As far as procurement. But it'd be good to know how much of it is for you waiting for the funding, how much are you waiting for the procurement, how much time you allocated to actual design and construction things.
Yeah, and
I know we talked about it in some other buildings about doing the permitting, the architectural work, all the pre-work that shortens it by a year. And so we have to fund it. We have to find a way to bridge it. I don't know the answer to it, but it seems to me if it's one of the pivotal strategic areas in the university's long-term plan and the state, we should find a way to do it.
Yeah, to Vahid's point, and Tom, it might be helpful to actually lay that out and show like a timeline. So from idea to the building being done, what are the chunks of time that that take longer than it probably should based on whatever the reasons are that you're running up against. It'd be good for us to see that and then have that illustration as we're trying to talk to people like Speaker Shikarchi or the governor to understand the process.
Yeah, and actually I have the team, so Carl and Ryan are here, looking historically at some of our most recent major construction projects to do a timeline. So we see kind of some case studies. But yes, we can certainly provide more details on schedule and phasing for the life sciences building. And, I know we'll talk about it for new undergraduate housing as well. So happy to bring that level of detail to the board.
Issue is we run everything sequentially. That's how we do it. And it's not run parallel. So if you have to get this, if you're gonna do plans, they
Right.
take a year, and you gotta get the bids, and then it takes feasibility. And I'm saying, we just run everything, housing sequentially. We run, that happens, and this happens, and that happens, and that happens. Many places run them in parallel. So that when this happens, you're specking some dollars, that could be a risk. Now you can move on that. If you're careful, so you can cut projects down a lot, but you have to go in parallel rather than sequential. And then there's the processes too.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Yesterday, Tom Callahan, who's a URI graduate who led the effort for the University of Connecticut University City, let's call it, so where they have the shops and where they also have housing above, but also a number of critical new buildings. So we, a group of us went up there, but he was saying yesterday to us how pivotal it was, exactly to your point, to be able to do things in parallel so that, so.
It's about taking some risks, for example, as to getting to Mike's point. Once you get the funding going, I assume you have in there 6 months or 3 months or whatever for doing RFQ, RFP to get a designer. Then you probably further on have another 3 to 6 months for a construction contract. When you know you're actually going to do it, maybe you can actually even start procurement process for your designer now. So you have the designer in place, you know what's going to happen. So you probably have a thing that gets you to 2028. If you can take a look at that, and many of us, that's what we did, so we can help out.
Ryan, did you want to add?
Ryan, can you come up to a mic?
Thank you. Ryan Carrillo, Director of Planning and Real Estate Development. That actually is built into our schedule. We can get that next week in detail, but we have looked at the passage of the bond in 24, bond money starting in July then of 25, and we've backed out from that and we've started design using private donations in advance of that bond money starting. So we've already started the design work, all of the procurement for that in advance to hit that 28 schedule.
Figure that out. So it's good to see that, to see what's realistically, yeah.
28.
Well, that's built into the 28 plan. So
Tom thinks you're building a CVS. He doesn't know exactly what time to do and stuff, so. Sorry.
Okay, good questions and thank you for the presentation. Any other questions for President Parlange? Okay, thank you. Before we go to Speaker Shikarchi, I also should have done this up front, but I noticed that we've got Michael Gray here for the first time, and I wanted to say welcome. Michael is the chair of the Rhode Island Board of Education. He replaced Barbara Cottom, who sat on our board previously. Michael was chair of the Governor's Workforce Board for a number of years. And he is president of First Services Residential in New England. And we would just want to say welcome and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, so now for Speaker Shikarchi, who many of you have heard us talk about him all in a good way.
That's a rarity.
He is here with us this morning. We are, without doubt, so grateful for the work that you've done for the university, for this community. There's no question that the funding and the 16% increase that we saw this year, and as I've said many times, it's been since the early 80s that we had an increase in our funding, our operating budget, and we know that you were one of the primary drivers of that. So we really appreciate that. Remember last year, our operating budget was increased to 105 million, which is an increase of 14 million over last year, over the previous year. We got $20 million for the PFAS, which would have been a real problem if we hadn't gotten help from the state. And you really put us on an upward trajectory. I want to tell you that the 65.8 million that was dedicated to the athletics complex, which is just amazing that we're going to be able to do some work there, challenged us with really raising the rest of it. So $20 million, and that campaign has just kicked off. So we're off and running on that. The Bay Campus, $100 million Bay Campus bond, your support of Blue Economy initiatives, all those things come from the speaker. So we wouldn't be in the position that we're in without your personal help, and we really appreciate that. And you know, all the things like Mark mentioned, the URI day came from the speaker. I had lunch with the speaker, and he said, "Hey, why don't you guys come to the State House?" And that was a huge success. So he's really invested in helping us to think about what we can do creatively, but also financially. So welcome to the speaker. We just first want to give you a round of applause for all the help that you've given.
Thank you, Margot. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. This is my first board meeting at URI, but I remember debating this legislation to create a board, and it was not at the time universally well received as, do we need a board? Why do we need a board? And the Board of Higher Education didn't want to let go and control, but it ultimately made sense, and that's why it passed. And look what the product has been very good. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm proud I have some prepared remarks, but I'll just talk a little bit first. And let me just tell the president, first of all, he's been a great ally and a great partner. When we launched the bioscience, he was right there. When we named Neil Steinberg as the head, he was right there, and I thank you. And the General Assembly goes in the first Tuesday in January, which is January 2nd this year, and it's by Constitution. So every year that we're in session, it's the first Tuesday of January. February 11th will be the URI day. I believe it's tentatively set on your schedule, and I encourage all of you to be there. And I'm looking around the room, and I see my good friend Charlie Fogarty, who was a former lieutenant governor and a former state senator, and of course Bob Wagan, our former congressman, lieutenant governor, and state representative as well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, from East Providence many years ago. So you have a lot of alumni from the General Assembly on this board, and that's a great thing. So many of you were at the Twin River event on Wednesday night where you honored my good friend Amin Sabatoni. I told a story about Amin, so I want to tell another story, a little bit about Amin, but it's about Amin and Margot. So Margot says, "Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this, and have lunch, have a meeting." Margot's being modest. Margot calls me and texts me all the time, and her and Amin like to tag team me. And they don't do it. Wait a minute, they don't do this in Rhode Island. They wait till I'm on vacation in Florida. They both have places in Florida. I happen to stay at a place in between them. So I get a call, "What are you doing?" I'm on vacation. I'm relaxed. "Well, would you like to meet for lunch? Would you like to meet for a coffee?" And that's where I'm trapped. And that's where they hit me. And it's always after the governor's budget comes out, when there's not enough money for URI. And Speaker, please go find something, find more money. And they make a pitch. And it's a full court press. So the success you have had, yes, the General Assembly has made very strategic investments and increased funding whenever the opportunity came, has been in large part to Margot's efforts and Armin's efforts. So thank them, and they really deserve the round of applause. If you did, it's not me, it's their effort. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to support URI. I will say that I, along with all my colleagues in the General Assembly, want URI to remain and become a first-class institution and remain it as such. So we will try to continue to make these strategic investments in whenever we can, whenever there's funding. And I will tell you the bad news about this. Yes, the last 2 years, actually the last 3 years since I've been speaking, have been very good years for URI with bonding, and we've helped you with there's a lot of other things. I have a list of every dollar that since I've been speaker that we've given URI above and beyond the governor's budget, and helped you with the Fine Arts Center and everything else, some cost overruns. But I don't want URI to look at the state as a backstop. I want URI to look at the state as a partner, because we need to do this together. And we talked about the challenge grant. I wanted to do 50% and that URI raised it 50%. But I did more than that. I did about 75, 80% because we had the money. I had opera money, I had infrastructure money, and when the money's available, we'll make these strategic investments when we can. But I will tell you, we're coming out of our revenue conference by the end of the day today. We will not have the kind of revenue we've had for the last 2 years. There are no more opera money funds. There is no CARES Act money. There's very limited infrastructure money, which is very competitive. I will tell you this, Mr. President, there is a group in Rhode Island called the Partnership, which is formed, I think CBS is part of that partnership, but there's several of the big titans of Rhode Island businesses, and they've hired an executive director, and he does a lot of things. I'm not quite sure because they're kind of like invisible, and that's a problem I have with them. But one of the things I do know that they do very well is they help the state and state agencies go after federal grants. They have really mastered that. So if URI is looking for federal grants, and I know you do grant writing, I know you have a great team down here, you might want to check in with them and see if you can enhance your application or see if there are any other funds that you can go after. That's just the suggestions, and I'll continue to do that. It's great to be here. It's great to see so many people. We at the state, we value URI's role in the state economy, and we want to build on that partnership. We've made massive new commitments to the infrastructure improvements of the university so we can help you thrive and grow. We've been very supportive of making URI a first-class facility. We now spend over $30 million per year paying back general obligation bonds on new facilities. That's more than a 50% increase in the last decade. On top of that, we have significantly increased commitments to pay-as-you-go funding, which is called our RICAP programs, for many URI projects. We've made structural adjustments to a state operating budget for this year's URI at URI's urging, and we will continue to do so. We need the board, this wonderful board of high-powered, high-performance individuals, to leverage the state support as much as you can with our alumni and businesses. Please don't look at the state as a backstop, but more as your partner. Unfortunately, Mr. Ryan said it, project costs are increasing along with expectations for state support increase accordingly. These gaps will continue to grow, and we must find a way to fund them privately and, when available, state funds. I'd like to take a minute to highlight some of the state support that URI has over the last fiscal year. I'll skip this part because we've pretty much talked about it, but we'll continue to do that, whether it's the Bay campus, wherever it is. We'll continue to make these obligations, these these investments. I don't like the word spend money at URI because I believe it's an investment. And I recognize, and the General Assembly recognizes, the economic benefits to a healthy URI. We talked about the life science. This is a new initiative that we put in $45 million to jumpstart it. The reason we've done that is we looked around, give Neil Steinberg the credit. He came to me, I was a speaker for about 15 days, and he came to me, he says, we in the state are missing an opportunity. And what it is, he says, it's healthcare, it's bioscience. We have so many great institutions here. You mentioned URI, Brown University Medical School, our healthcare system. Lifespan is doing world-class work with stroke victims and stroke protocols. Care New England is doing very good in the mental health space and in prenatal care. All kinds of good things that we have. They're in silos, and we're not taking advantage of them. And look 40 miles up the road, and not Harvard Square, Kendall Square, or Harvard. We're not going to be Kendall Square. We're not going to be Harvard. I get that. But look 40 miles to the northwest, and you see Worcester. And Worcester has a bioscience hub where they're generating $1 billion a year in economic activity. $1 billion a year, and they have created over 1,000 new jobs in the biosector field of high-paying private sector jobs. And we can do that in Rhode Island. We may not be able to be Harvard, Kendall Square, or Harvard University, or MIT, but we can certainly be just as good, if not better, than Worcester. And that's the goal. And I won't see that benefits, and many of us won't be around to see those benefits on a board or commission in the next, or even speaker in the next 4 or 5 years. But we need to meet the demands of today, but we also need to keep our eye on the future. So hopefully, with a partnership with URI and Brown and the state, and the healthcare system, we'll be able to launch that. The governor, I want to congratulate him. He appointed Neil Steinberg to lead that effort in a volunteer capacity. It's another all-star board, very similar to this board. And I looked, to be honest with you, at the URI board when I was creating that. When we were creating that by statute, the governor put the money in, but there was no legislation, no authority. We did our research in the House, and we came up with, I said, follow the URI board. And one of the things I remember, because this young man was a very persistent, you couldn't meet during COVID because, unless it was by merger, because you didn't have authority under state statute to have meetings remotely, or I see some of your board members who are Zooming in today. So I made sure that was written right into the legislation, because we in the House passed that for 2 or 3 years. It didn't get through the Senate, and ultimately it did, which was good. So you can have remote meetings, so somebody can be in Florida and still be attend a board meeting. We're going to have people on this board from the biggest biotech companies around the country, and we want to make sure that they can participate, and they don't necessarily have to fly into a board meeting to participate. So we're trying to look at this, what's worked at the URI board, and we're going to emulate that with the bioscience board. So thank you for leading the way, and thank you for partnering with us, because that's important. I want to continue, and I want to say that URI has been a secret in the General Assembly up until last year. And it wasn't just the URI day. Everyone knew about it, but no one knows what you do down here in terms of, yes, you educate students, but what else? What are the therapies? What is the pharmacy school? What are the robotics school? What are the engineering school does? I can look around this board and I see so many talented and successful people, all URI alumni, all coming out of the URI or working at URI, are hiring URI students. And I think it's so important that you need to be at the State House. Why it's important, President Palanche, is every member of the legislature needs to know that there's a fight. There's always a fight for dollars in the General Assembly. And everybody who comes to the Speaker's office all have good causes. No one comes and say, fund a bad idea. Everybody's a good idea, but they're very limited in resources. And this year, it's going to be more limited. Everybody got used to an extra $1 billion because of COVID funds, whether it was CARES Act money that Governor Raimondo could disperse without any General Assembly approval because we were all in a lockdown, or whether it was ARPA money that we had to go through the General Assembly process. We had $1.1 billion, and URI probably got more than any one institution of that money. And that's a good thing, and I'm proud of that, and I'll continue to do that. But it was available, and you made a very good case. You, both of you, but the whole board. The need was here, and the ask was the proper ask. So we'll continue to do that when the funds are available, and we will work hard. And Mr. Ryan talked about that. There are, there's other creative opportunities, and that's why this board exists. Whether it's a PPP and a public-private partnership, whether it's TANs, which are tax anticipation notes, or bond anticipation notes to speed up a construction schedule. And let's be honest, any bond that goes on for URI will pass because because of the basketball program, because of the Ryan Center, because people have a connection to the university. But you need to leverage that connection in the General Assembly. It's so important. And I will tell you from the House perspective, Kathy Fogarty, Carol McEntee, Teresa Tansey, they all collectively consider themselves the URI representatives, and they all work very hard. You all become a priority. You need to continue that. You just can't say, oh, we have a speaker who's friendly, we have reps there. I'm not going to be speaker forever. The reps aren't going to be there for it. It needs to be an ongoing thing. So the next generation of General Assembly members, of legislatures, know the benefits that URI brings, not only to the state, but to the education field, to the economic development. Look at all these opportunities. So I wanted to say thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to come here. I will be glad to take any questions from the board or anyone else, but my door is always open. My phone is always available, as you know. And yes, I will have lunch. By the way, I say tell you this, there is a text in here that I received last night from Margot. Look, let's get together in Florida. And it's let's get together because she's going to wait. So I get down there and the governor's budget's out. And she's going to say, the governor did this, but Speaker, we need more. So I appreciate that. I know it's coming and I look forward to that, Margot. And you too, Armin, because they're pretty persuasive. But without that and anything else I want to say, I appreciate the opportunity. I'm glad that I think in the last 2 or 3 years, URI seems to have connected with the State House. So important. We stand ready, willing, and able to help you. And my door is always open. I say that. I know it's kind of rhetorical, but I mean it sincerely. If there's an issue that I can help you with for this university or for anything in general, please don't hesitate to call me. I have a chief of staff, Ray Simone. If you can't get me for some reason, because I'm at the State House or on the rostrum, you can get him. And that gentleman over there sitting underneath the screen is Larry Berman. Larry Berman is the best communications director in the state, and he works for me. And I affectionately call him my American Express card because I never leave home without him. And the reason he came today is he's a URI grad, a very proud URI grad. So when I'm that last month, and I'm putting the budget together, I have the May revenue numbers come in. Everybody, you can imagine, every lobbyist, every group is at my door trying to get in, beg for money, and making sure they're getting money, or gets more money, or gets in the budget. Larry will just quietly come by and say, don't forget URI. Don't forget URI. So you have an advocate on my own staff. So thank you very much, and thank Larry Berman. I'll be happy to take any questions if anyone has any. Thank you.
Speaker, if I could just add too, Larry is one of the biggest URI basketball fans, I think, in the state, and I can attest to him as soon as the legislature gets out, and he tries to hurry you out quickly so he can get down to the games. So it's always great to see Larry.
Thank you.
Speaker, that those questions, I mean, your comments, by the way, we enjoyed lunch with you. Wasn't just the ask. Your comments though are fantastic, and I appreciate the context of us being partners, which we talk a lot about. And you do use the word investment, not spend, and that those words are in our parlance. So I think it's important though to point that out, that this isn't just a place where we're coming to you for spending. It's a partnership on behalf of the state, and so we appreciate the way you put that.
And the president has become a good partner. When I've asked him to, on any occasion, to come up and testify at the Finance Committee or support an initiative, he is right there, and it does not go unnoticed, President. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I'd just like to add to Margot, Speaker, thanks for all you're doing for URI and the state.
And you too, Mr. Ryan, you've done quite a bit.
Well, we're all doing our part, but and it is a partnership. So partnerships, it's more than just a word. We have to do our part as a board and a management team of the university to find ways to raise money outside the state. And I think we need to tell you what we're doing so you can help. It can help with your reps, right? When you're going after it, we're not just coming up hat in hand. We're doing stuff on research. We're budgeting differently. We're trying to be more effective when we look at our classes and what's the ROI, balance in-state, out-of-state. So it's not just you're right. It's I mean you're making an investment, but we just can't go to you and say
Thank you.
All right. So we will go. We'll promise you as a board that we will support you. And if you give us direction on potentially what group of folks that we should be talking to, there may,
Well, as I tell everybody who's come to see me in the last 90 days and probably the next 90 days, the governor has to launch his budget on January 17th.
right.
You need to get as much money as you can in that budget because it makes my job a lot harder to add to it because that means I have to take away from something else. Courtney Negro's because she knows that I have to take money from another source. We have a constitutional obligation to pass a balanced budget. So we will do our very best, and it's great when I have extra money. And we were strategic about it. Last night I spoke at RIPEC, and we spent in the last year $1.1 billion, but I did not spend a dime of it on the program that would be ongoing that we can't fund because I don't want to fund a program and then cut it or close it. So I made investments, the challenge grants, the match, go after federal money, do the state's part, DOT, whether you like them or not, right or wrong, they are one of the best agencies in getting federal money out of the state. They take advantage of every federal dollar. I travel around the country with other speakers. I have a reputation of never letting a federal dollar go by. And I am holding a project right now in East Providence, literally hostage for $35 million because they have not met their obligation. And I wrote into the statute, they have until this is the South Key Port in East Providence. There's $35 million there and opera money. And they have to come up with a match. And they haven't done that. And they wasted a whole year and have literally done nothing. And I almost pulled the plug on the project. And my friends in the labor community came up to me and said, there's labor jobs. There's no jobs if the thing doesn't get built. And I'm not going to be the speaker that's going to lose $35 million of opera money. I have to give it back because we didn't spend it. So I gave them until I think either February 1st or March 1st to come up with a plan and show me where they have to come up with their $35 million. And if they don't, I'm taking that $35 million away. I'm not going to let it die on the vine waiting for somebody who has really no experience in the port development business. Now I think I've heard reports over the last week and a half, 2 weeks, that they have brought in someone, a very big port operator. They have partnered. They have secured the funds. They have told me that, and I think it's going to go, but I need to do my due diligence before I release any money. So I want to make sure that we take advantage of every opportunity, every federal dollar available. I want to go after it. I found out just recently from the Attorney General, there's some money available to Rhode Island to help with drunk driving funds. It's a federal program, several $1 million, and we're not even asking for the money. I was mortified from that, and I'm researching that, and they can't seem to get whatever the application in, and I'm like, I'll write the application. I have a great fiscal staff. We'll get it done. I'm not going to lose that opportunity for it has to do with transit funds and everything else. And we can talk about housing, and I know that housing's an issue. Housing's an issue. Yeah, I was on the way down here talking about housing in Narragansett. I know there's a lot of housing. We're going to try to move the needle as quickly as we can. I'm disturbed by the town of Narragansett. Some recent information I've been getting that they're really opposing all kinds of housing. It's not only hurting URI, but it's setting a bad precedent that other cities and towns will follow. We passed historic legislation, 13 very significant pieces of legislation that don't go into effect until January. That's 60 days from now, but they're already pushing back. They already trying to create loopholes, have lawyers looking at ways, passing ordinances, so they don't have to follow the law. And the whole purpose of the process is to create more housing. And some communities don't want more housing. Everybody wants housing, but nobody wants it next to them or in their community. And we need it. It's a critical need. It's a critical need because when companies looking to come here, they want to find an educated workforce that has housing opportunities, and those don't exist. And when your children and your grandchildren are looking for housing, we need to make sure we have an ample supply. And I see Joe Formicola from Executive Realty, and he'll tell you that's a very simple formula, and you might use in your business. It's a supply and demand. And we simply have a very, very limited supply and we have a high demand. And the only way I know how, unless someone can tell me differently, is to create more supply to meet the demand. And if you can't do that, you're not willing to do that, then what's the point of it all? So it's not easy. And I've had some, a lot of pushback from local communities, but it doesn't deter me at all. I want to come back with a whole nother housing package this January as well.
Just one other thing, and I'll stop, is we don't want the situation. I mean, I think about my own company. We met with shareholders, not just when we wanted something, right? There was something going on. We had a merger. We had to get approval, but we met with them off cycle. I think we need to do more of that at the General Assembly, and not come up during budget time, but you tell us a better time. I mean, come up during budget time, but also come up at an off cycle where we can show some of the cutting edge research that we're doing at the university to bring people up to speed. Because your point, they don't know.
Exactly.
And we don't go up asking for anything, but just to go up, establish a relationship off cycle and tell them what's going on at the university, because it's unbelievable. I mean, the stuff that we are so close to it and we didn't know. So I would just ask you to help us with that, whatever you think.
Development does a tour every year for freshmen. They take 10 or 20 freshmen, senators and reps, down to Quonset for the day, and they talk about all the economic development, all the cutting edge companies that are going there, Regent aircrafts being built there, Orsted offshore winds being built there, the automobile importing export business. And people don't realize the thousands of jobs that are being done there and the amount of economic activity. It's eye-opening. So when Quonset comes and they asked for an extra $5 million to increase their port, I don't get pushback from my caucus because they've been down there and they see that. So I would encourage you to maybe invite some of the more younger freshman people. And some of them are URI grads, by the way, and they know, but they don't know the economic benefits that this university brings to the state. And I think that's the one area that you can continue to work on, is to educate members, invite them, and they'll love to come and go for the ones who are new to the General Assembly, because the older ones have seen it over the last 2 or 3 years. But we have 14 freshmen in the House. And I'll bet 10 of them never been down here at URI. I will compliment you. One last thing, and then if there's any questions, if not, I'll let you get back to your board meeting. But your URI Young Democrat group, and I know we're not supposed to be non-partisan, but they're very active and they're very good, and they helped me in my last election. I want to say thank you to them. I came down and addressed them a couple of times, and they're a great group of talented young people. So the future is bright for the university, and politically too. And try to encourage them, as I have. And when I go to RIPEC or the Rotaries or the Chamber of Commerce, and Courtney's looking at me because you need to be involved in the legislative process and the electoral process, and your URI Young Democrats are. So there's hope for our future. Thank you.
Any questions, or go ahead,
I
Armin?
just want to make a comment. Mariana Rivera, best closer in baseball. You're the best closer in government. I want to thank you for all that you've done of URI. The speaker was there when the discussions were going on as to whether or not University of Rhode Island should have an independent board. And a lot of some reps got it, some reps didn't want to hear it at all. Other people in government were arguing against it for whatever reasons, but the speaker was on it from day one, as it being the correct thing for the University of Rhode Island. And the speaker also knew back then that once we all got here, and originally most of us were chosen except one from the other speaker and one from the Senate president, that we were here to make a difference. And when the Governor Raimondo chose most of us here, we were set here with a mission, and she talked to us all individually. And Joe knew that from day one, that we would make a difference. And you've been there. You've corrected many mistakes that were done on the budget. You found the money because you know where all that money is. I never saw a speaker like you that knows where every cent of that budget of that that money is. So you should know that this board is working very, very hard on a 5-year plan, 10-year plan, 15-year plan, the things you asked us to do, in finding alternative ways to try to build some of these facilities and get it done. And we're looking at the P3s. We're in the process of that. We've talked to purchasing. Might need some help there between you and the governor to move things a little quicker. And we're looking at a lot of different things. As Margot said, the goal out there now is to get the rest of the money for all the athletic complexes right now. So we're starting that campaign also. So we're trying to be good partners, but we appreciate everything that you have done for us to put us on the right path, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? If not, we'll let you get back to your important day. We really appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you very much. Socially.
Okay. Let's go to, I'll do the report of the chair. And then we're going to go to executive session and we can take a break while we're in executive session. Sound good? Okay, so mine is pretty quick. I really just wanted to talk a little bit about, my topic says board engagement, but what it's really about is that when we did our governance meeting and Courtney and Jay led that discussion, one of the things that we talked about was how the board can be more present and engaged in non-board activities. I know Courtney and Jay are working on more explicit metrics and goals that you'll come back in February with. But I noticed that there are some familiar faces that I see at a lot of the events, and there's some that I don't see. And I would encourage you to really think about the importance of showing up when it's not a board meeting. And I'll give you an example. I was, I talked last time about going to Mark Stewardship Council. That was a place where I learned a ton about the university that I wouldn't get sitting here. Even all the work that Mark and I talk all the time, I wouldn't have gotten that perspective. I went to the Amanpour lecture recently where the guy that directed 20 Days of Mariupol spoke, and it was an amazing event. So it's not just us showing up to be present at events, although that is very important. And believe me, it has an impact on the university when a board member shows up at an event. But you will also learn more about the university than you could possibly get in these meetings. And it really creates a much better holistic view of why we're doing what we do. So I know it's hard for some people because of travel and, I'm not here all the year either. And I do see a lot of you. I see Joe and Bob and Charlie, Courtney, Matt, Tom's doing the NIL stuff. So I do see a lot of you at these events, but I would really encourage you to tap into Michelle. These events are also listed on our website. They're in our board effect. I know Michelle's trying to get more active in targeting people specifically and saying, hey, I think you would really like this event. But they really create a much better community when we show up. And also for you, they're really interesting opportunities to learn more about the university and to just generally have access. A lot of people, when they retire, they move next to a university because there's a lot of interesting stuff happening, and we have that access. So I would encourage you to really get engaged. And I know we're going to put some goals together for all of us next year, but I think it's beneficial on both sides. Okay. So with that, let's go to executive session where we have a couple of topics to get to. So may I have a motion that the URI Board of Trustees convene into executive session pursuant to RIGL 4246583 for discussion regarding an assessment of information technology security as it relates to the matter of security, including but not limited to the deployment of security personnel or devices, and RIGL 4246587 as it relates to the question of the investment of public funds, and RIGL 4246581 for discussion of the job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that the person or persons affected shall have been notified in advance in writing and advised that they may require that the discussion be held at an open meeting. That person has been notified in writing in this discussion that the discussion will take place in executive session. So may I have a motion to all of that?
Zalman, so moved.
Second, Jay Plazak.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, I ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. So we're going to convene for about 30 minutes. During that time, if you're on WebEx, please confirm by saying yes that no other person is present or able to hear the discussion of the remote location. So can I hear Neil,
Yes.
Jay, and Joe?
Yes.
I know you're on a train, but well, you look like you don't, doesn't look like anybody's around you.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so why don't we take a quick break? We'll go into executive session and then we'll come back for those two topics.
Okay.
We in executive session.
Are we in executive session?
Yeah.
No.
Hear us now?
They were all muted.
Okay. Jay, can you hear us? Yes. Okay. All right. The first order of business in open session is a motion to seal the executive session minutes. May I have a motion?
Zaman, so moved.
Second, Mike Festo.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, as for a voice vote, all in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, we're moving into discussion items, so we're actually exactly on time. So we're going to do the discussion item on housing and residential life master plan, and then we'll do safety and security on campus, and then we will break for lunch and then come back for the committee reports. So Abby's going to lead us through a discussion on housing and residential life. This presentation was done both at the finance and facilities meeting, where the risk committee was also attending, and the student life and athletics was also presented there. So I think most people have actually seen it, and it also was reviewed in detail at the ad hoc real estate committee that Mike Bastelli chairs. So I think it's important for us to see it. There are still questions on the scope of it, and some of the process issues to ensure that we're going to get the most comprehensive candidates that will answer the SOQ. But I've seen it a few times. It doesn't hurt to see it again. It's an important and critical need for URI, and our collectively figuring out and helping the university to think about funding, process, how quickly it can be done. All those things are really paramount. So I will hand it over to Abby to go through the plan.
Great, thank you. As Margot mentioned, a number of you have seen this before, so I'm going to go through it relatively quickly so we can have conversation. I will say I've been very thankful for the feedback from members of the various committees. We've gotten great feedback on this plan. Again, it is a plan that we will have to execute on, but the feedback's valuable. I want to make sure I recognize, so VP Ellen Reynolds for Student Affairs, she's been my real partner in this. AVP Tom Cooley for Housing and Residential Life, and then we've got Carl Calvo and Ryan Carullo and Catherine Kittredge from our planning and facilities team. So this has really been a team effort at URI to go through this housing master plan, and I think it will be helpful as we chart our path forward. So let's see, maybe, okay. So this was the charge of the plan, was really just to establish a vision for URI housing. An important component was doing a facility condition assessment of all of our residential buildings, which helps us understand what's worth renovating, what's worth investing in or not. We obviously wanted to make sure that the housing experience envisioned in the plan is in line with what URI is hoping for our students. We wanted the plan to be actionable. We wanted it to be in line with our URI strategic plan and also the HRL housing and residential life strategic plan. And then we wanted to look at what the financial impact would be of the plan. Just some of the outcomes. Experience is huge. We need to make sure that our students are having a positive housing experience. I would say it's probably our number one challenge for enrollment and retention of students, especially. I think we heard the speaker talk about some ordinances in local communities, and in particular in Narragansett, limitations of how many adults can live in a house that are unrelated has really had a significant impact on our continuing students in particular. So we need to increase our beds. We need to make sure we have an appropriate array of housing opportunities for students. We want to make sure that spaces are there for students to engage and gather. And we all know that especially post-COVID, social and emotional needs are incredibly important for the student experience. From the facility side, we want to make sure we're not investing in buildings that frankly aren't worth it. We want to reduce our deferred maintenance backlog. We need to make sure that our buildings are accessible and have adequate life safety systems, and we want to be flexible for the future. And then financially, we need to make sure that we have solutions that we can afford. And the point about inequity is really important. It's not just experience, it's students' financial resources. So we have that to a certain extent now, where students want to be in the apartment style, beautiful newer dorms that generally cost more. And we want to make sure that we're trying to do whatever we can to minimize that inequity and limit rate increases in the long term. So this is just an overview slide. I won't go through in great detail of what we have now. So, on the left are the more traditional singles and doubles on a central hall. As you go to the right, you'll see what most students these days want, which is an apartment style where you have single or bedroom doubles, but you have a kitchen and a shared living space. So we have all of these on campus right now. You also see sort of left to right, the more first year, sophomore students, and then the undergraduate and graduate are more on the suite and apartment style. So this is just a very brief summary of our facility condition assessment. So you'll see here a number of buildings that were identified as distressed, which have a facility condition index over 0.2. Over on the right, I think, is the key takeaway. So the red dots with a star are buildings that the plan recommends are demolished, and then the ones without a star are distressed buildings. And that's important. So essentially the Roger Williams complex and the Little Four would kind of come down in the 15-year plan. The plan is a 35-year plan, but we're really focusing for this discussion on 15 years. And I don't think I said it before, but I should say that we worked with Scion and Candid Design. Those were our two consultants. So we weren't doing this internally. We had consultants kind of walking us through this. So these are three slides that'll just talk about current state and then 5-year increments. So this is our existing state. You see we have neighborhoods identified by numbers on the map to the right. 61% of our beds are traditional style. We have, newer housing in the south and the west, the north and the southwest. And then kind of the central areas 1 and 4 are really where we have some of our older distressed buildings. And we've got 5,511 beds. So this is the 5-year plan. What you see, the most significant delivery here is Building J, which you've heard the board. We've talked about it. Initially, we were calling it Brookside 2. So you can see the yellow. It's right north of the existing Brookside, which is our most recently built residence hall. We are contemplating a P3 approach. We're actually looking at lots of options. The idea is to get this built as quickly and efficiently and affordably as possible. As you all know, it's hard to get all three of those things, but the decision was made last year to pursue a P3 path, and we're going to continue down that road. So we would see an increase in 5 years of 500 beds. Some of the feedback we've heard from members of the committee or members of the board is that the plan isn't aggressive enough, and I think there's some truth to that. But again, it's a plan, and we can execute on it however we see fit. So Building J would be what's delivered in the first 5 years. If you look at the next 10 years, we increase up to just over 6,000 beds. You see a delivery of Building K, which is just north of Building J. That is also envisioned as a potential P3 if we are successful identifying a P3 partner. We have language in there that we could enter into a second building project. So that would be Building K, slightly smaller than Building J, but still in the same neighborhood. And then it would also allow for 2 more traditional buildings, B and D, that would really begin allow us to have swing space to start demolishing some of the older dorms that we don't feel are worth investing in. So the 15-year plan is you still have J, you have K, and then 2 more traditional dorms. So C and D. This also envisions a new health and counseling center, which is not considered in this plan, but it's part of our overall URI plan. At this point, we would really have removed the distressed buildings, and that would allow us to sort of start, if you look at the 35-year plan, kind of march towards increasing our bed count. This is just a summary of the financial analysis. So where we start, where we land after 15 years. what we're envisioning as P3 and what we're envisioning as traditional build. And again, in the plan, the current P3 are just those first two residence halls. There is an analysis in the full plan of if we went P3 for all of our buildings, there's pros and cons to that. But we did think it was important to sort of look at the financial impact of both of those options. These are just the inputs that went into the model. So as I think you know, housing requires, it's an auxiliary, so it's required to be self-supported by its own fees. So that was an important part of the model. Existing debt schedule. So we do have a debt that we have already taken on to build prior dorms, room rates, and the units by building type. And then as I just walked through, we have kind of a project phasing, 5-year project phasing. So these are the financial assumptions. We've also gotten some feedback on these, specifically around kind of the construction costs. I think you're well aware that we're all seeing it in our own wallets, but construction costs are really increasing. So we did get some feedback that these might be on the low end, and we'll certainly look at that. This does presume that our revenues would increase 4% every year, which is really challenging. We don't want to put that on students and families. I think that's aggressive. We've normally been in the kind of 2 to 2.5 range, but that was really what the consultants thought was useful to make the model actually where we needed it to go. And operating costs also 3% increase, and things have changed there as well in terms of post-COVID pricing. This is just for information. We had a lot of conversations about where we fall relative to our peers. So if you look at this table just as a snapshot, the red boxes are pricing that are lower than URI, and the green are pricing that are higher than URI. So just a very high level takeaway is we probably have some opportunity to be increasing pricing on the kind of apartment side, but I think it would be tough to do that on the more traditional rooms, especially given the condition of our buildings. So here's a summary just of what I went through, the 5-year, 10-year, 15-year. I do want to point out a different number than what the committee saw. So that top number on the right was the cost for the P3. The previous slide that we gave to the committees actually included the cost for the parking garage. So we took that out of the slide. So if you're wondering about the number there, and the others are just the estimates for what the 5-year, 10-year, 15-year plan would be. So the top two numbers would be P3. So that would be designed, financed, and built, not by URI funds. And then the other buildings would be more traditional. I didn't really talk about the garage in the previous slides, but just to note that building J would offset some of our parking, and building K would be built in one of our big parking lots. So we do realize that we have to sort out parking if we're going to move forward with those residence halls, because we have a lot of students that rely on parking on campus. So that's part of the conversation. So I went really quickly. I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, I'm really thankful for the feedback we've received from committee members so far, and also for the partnership here of the URI team that worked on this study.
I think a number of us could probably give this presentation.
I know.
Are there questions for people that haven't really seen the detail before? Okay, and it's just so the board knows, and Mike will say a word or two when we talk about ad hoc real estate. This is squarely in the ad hoc real estate facilities committee, where it's Mike Vahid, who chairs finance, and blank. I know Armand, and Tom. We actually invited you to the last one. So that discussion is ongoing there, and we're doing that so we can partner with Abby on this, but also so we can make sure that we're all comfortable with the scope, and if there are other funding sources and timing, because as you saw, this is a pretty long-term plan for a very current need, and so I think people like Tom are pushing on, like, how can we do this any more quickly, and Mike has been a good partner on that with Abby.
I think first of all, the report is fantastic. So we've had this discussion already, but just for the board in general, high level, 2/3 of our housing is terrible. I mean, that's what, and at the end of 15 years, we're going to get 700 new net beds. This program. So
To be accelerated.
that's the easy and the most difficult part, right? I mean, it's so. I guess more detail will happen in the group, but I think it's just we can't do it. We have to go find a way to do it quicker. You can't have that many. I mean, we're just getting rid of the triples, I guess, right? And then, I mean, that's what kids come to school for. The first thing they don't come to school for that, but you know what I mean. They come in and they look at where they're going to live, and you forget the amenities. I mean, we're just talking about basics here. My grandkids would like, I don't know what they would do if they walked into Adams or something now, but nothing against Adams. But I think we need to find a way to go quicker. We've all said the same thing.
This is we can multiply the bid and put several, we talked about this, we could put several projects in the RFQ. And purchasing, I'm going to suggest we'll okay that, provided the way we structure it is that anyone that then wants to play or bid would have an understanding that they could bid the package, or that if we can't do the package, we can do them individually over a few years, but that's all going to be spelled out. As long as we do that, my understanding is we can put the whole thing once and sort of expedite, you know, building one's being built next year, let's say, and the next one the next year, and the next one the next year, and move it. So you could talk with them a little more, but it's okay as long as everybody's bidding or discussion on the same field.
That is something we've received that feedback and having conversations internally about it and with purchasing. I do want to point out that this has been done. P3 for housing has been done out in other parts of the country, but not in Rhode Island. So we're kind of forging new territory here. I also think it's very important to note that the approach we're taking is a request for qualifications to see which firms we think are interested and that we think would be a good fit. And then there would be an RFP process that would be much more detailed after that. And really, the university will have to look at proposals and look at what the impact is on, obviously it's speed, it's financials, but it's also how much control do we have over the housing? Are we comfortable with this approach? Because we'll have a partner, it won't necessarily be ours. There are also credit implications that have changed recently around how P3s are considered on the university's credit. So we'll have to do that analysis as well. So I'm pleased that we're continuing down the path, but we're also talking about what, if we find that there's not a partner, then we want to make sure that we're also have a path to move quickly to build something on our own. So it's exciting, not without risk, but I think it's the right thing to do. So we will have that opportunity if and when we get proposals to really look at all of those factors and make the right decision. But it's exciting that we can.
Now that I don't have the exact numbers, but right now it's 1,500 or so were going to be URI built, and like 900 were P3, something like. So we can talk about that mix and that ratio, right? I mean, that's, I guess, one of the issues on the table.
Right, in the plan, it's just it's a 500 bed and a 400 bed would be envisioned as P3, and that's what we currently have. But we're talking internally based on feedback from the board about if we want to add that on, add on potential for additional beds. But
on capacity, not the details in this, but I think in one of the meetings, Alan said we'd like to do our own housing because we get revenues from it, right? Well, we have to look at the rating agency impact of this thing, because if we build it on our land, Brian and I have talked about it, the rating agency is going to assume that if that bond defaults, you're going to pick up that stream. So they're probably going to knock you down on that, I think. But that's something we should really know, because if we're not getting capacity, or what's that gonna mean for our rating and our costs of borrowing? The reason why people, and if you know, one big assumption is it's $75 less for a P3 person to build than us to build. Assuming $500 for, that's 15%. Why? Well, that gets in, what's the labor deal? What's gonna, are they coming out of the labor? That's another whole issue. So these trade-offs we have to have financially. People do P3s because they want to get them done faster, they want to get them done at cost, they want to transfer that risk. There's reasons for that. If we're going to try to eliminate those risks, some of that's going to come back to some of it's not. So we're not reinventing the wheel on P3s. There's a lot of examples, but for us, it's new. But there are some critical assumptions in this report, which I think is quite good as a baseline. But there's a lot of unanswered questions, and we can get a P3 partner for housing, but we may not be able to get to do the Memorial Union over. So some of this is capacity, where those dollars go. And I think it goes back to finance issues before we start building the dorms. But I personally think it's not, it's got to be a more ambitious plan early on. And, to get better units, renovate, get newer stock on the campus. And we got to figure out how we're going to finance that. And I think the financing of it, we're assuming someone's building it, is we got to see when those things come back. We're gonna where the rubber meets the road. But there are some critical assumptions in there, and I believe we should go to the rating agencies and say what's the impact on this beforehand. They have that service. What's it going to mean for us?
We're having that conversation already about, at what point are we doing that, and do we want to get that assessment as part of the evaluation of the proposals, which we can do. So
We were going to tee up, I think, some P3s around the country, right? Just so we could look at them and get some examples. I know, Armin, you asked for that to see what universities and where were they? Were they in the Northeast, or is it all South? Where are they located? So we could look at it from a macro sense.
Yep. Yeah, we do have a list from the consultants that we can share with the board.
And maybe how they've done. Like what do those financials look like?
Yeah, I will say they're really all unique, right? So I think if this were a very standard process, it would be a lot easier to unpack. But a lot of it depends on where it is geographically, what the state rules are, and but that's why we thought it was helpful to work.
Standard is it's not.
Right? Yeah. Right. Exactly.
It's been said, but as Mike said, P3 is not a magic bullet. If people come and do this because it's a benefit to them, the companies who come and do this, they don't like to move dirt or build buildings. They just want to make money, right, at the end of the day. So everyone is going to be unique. And I don't want the board to think, and we've been very engaged in discussions, to think, just because we're saying P3 is going to be done in 4 years. No, that's not as easy. There are labor items that we have to deal with. We are in Rhode Island. There's certain things we have to deal with. So we're looking at all those. But that's a really good update. We've had really robust conversations, and we'll report back again too. So
I guess the examples would be they can't be all done in non-labor states. That's my point, right? But it's been done. So
there's going to be subsidies. No matter what we do, somehow we're going to subsidize this in a way. We need to, whether by taking on risk, as Mike said, whether we're taking on some costs, some budget, for it to work, to make it. At least we want to get the faster part, right? So it's just about trade-offs. So
I mean, that's what the speaker actually made that comment. He said there's P3s, there's different types of bonds to get. There's tax anticipation note. Like he said, be creative. So that was a good thing that he said that.
He said us exploring this is a good thing. And when we get to the details, it'll be complicated, but that's okay. When Mike had mentioned, no, I don't think they'll do a Memorial Union. They just generally play in the vicinity where they're going to get rents. Or if it's a heavy and highway situation where it's the tolls on a toll bridge.
Yeah.
And they're all over the country. They do them a certain way up in the Northeast corridor. They do a different way down in the South. But yet they still come on the doorstep and they're still going to bid because it's profitable to them, especially if they make sure they keep the dorms for 25 to 40 years, then flip them after they get their venture capitalist money back with the right returns. It's good for us because we don't have the money to build. We can't build them. So they'll come in with the money. The only thing in the end, on the back end, we got to look at where we stand when you saw the charts as to what we're charging for board, room and board, and whether or not we may or may not, but it'll be in the details. Besides putting up the land, we put up some equity money and hold an equity position to then hold down where we want the board money to come from for the room and board. And so that'll all come later, but they'll come and bid on this. They'll come. There's companies that have just set up with venture capitalists to do this all over the country, whether it's in the south or the northeast.
Want to belabor anything? I just don't. I'm not familiar with the process. Do they maintain? Are they responsible to maintain it for the whole 25 years?
It's for a contract for at least 25 years. At least that's what the norm has been, not out there. So some have asked as much as 40.
But we won't have to go ask for RICAP funding or anything like that. If
Well, the details of the negotiation, they may ask you to provide some stipends as part of the maintenance. Depends on what the financials work out. It's So.
Well, let's think about that. Let's think about this for a second. I don't think we're going to ask for RICAP money, but we may or may not have additional money and equity to put into the project, or maybe well, maybe we might ask for some additional money over and above the operating budget over a long-term time, 5 years, 6 years, the life of the projects, for additional money to be able to put down, like say on the cow lease, so to speak. You don't want to pay $1,000, you only want to pay 900, so you lay some money down up front. There's a lot of things we can look at that point.
Rent. So people, the subsidized rent, right? Because the building guy may want to charge 6,000, but we feel we don't get 5,500. So sometimes they buy down the rent by that. There's all kinds of details like that.
They get money out of the commercial space that they can develop, and it's just the whole thing. We can talk about it all we want until this comes in, and individuals who are going to do this, the companies, look at their ROI, look at what they can get, what the benefit could be. We really don't have, based on what this one consultant says, is ideal, right? But we have to see what people come with, right? We're going to let them charge whatever they want? No. So that's going to be part of it.
So we're already trying to keep up on the property we already have, right? So just making sure that. And I know you guys will consider that in the working group. I'm not worried about it. It's just interesting to me as somebody who doesn't operate in the space.
Comment?
Oh, no, I was just talking when Armin was making the comment about long-term. I think there is a history, although not recent, around bond support for like a longer-term residential housing at URI. So I think we have to consider all options if we're going to have equity in this project, whether it's borrowing or seeking state support, or what the other options are. So that's all I wanted to share.
Okay, so it's a hefty topic. It's really important for us to get it right out of the start too, because a lot of people will be watching us, particularly if we're using P3s as a structure, because it's new to the state. So we're going as fast as we can, but also cautiously, so that we make sure that we are set up for a very long-term successful plan. Okay, thanks, Abby. Okay, the next item is safety and security on campus. So we had the 2023 Clara report that was shown in the Student Affairs Committee. And we've invited Chief Michael Jagoda to review the annual Clara report. Do we have the chief with us? There he is. Welcome, Chief. I first like to just say, while Chief is getting set up, that we're really glad that we've got Chief Jagoda on our as our chief of the university. He's so experienced and gives us a really strong sense of comfort for the environment that you provide and the community that you support. So we appreciate all the work that you do.
Chair Cook. I also want to thank Committee Chair Ryan. I know we presented this last week, so some of you've heard it before, but thank you for inviting us. Before I get started, talk about the Clary report, the Clary stats. The Deputy Chief, the Executive Officer of Police Department, Paul Ritchie's with me today, and he can help answer any kind of questions in terms. Paul really was vital in terms of help implement, organizing, and getting the numbers for the Clary report. Something else I see on him is the body worn camera, which I can talk about. And Paul was big in getting us a DOJ grant, which is fully funded for our body worn cameras. And I can talk a little bit about that. But before I get into the Clary report and the crime stats, I just want to express how proud I am of public safety. They really work together in collaboration. So if all of you that don't know, I have about 85 employees in public safety, 7 different units, and they work in collaboration every day to enhance campus safety and security. And they're really striving internally to maintain that for all of our community members, our faculty, our staff, our students, and also our visitors. And again, this is not just public safety doing this. This is a lot of internal stakeholders that we have here at the university. And we have a lot of support from the Office of the President, the Office of the Provost's office, and Abby Benson's office, Vice President Benson and Vice President Reynolds. So thank you for your support. And our department feels supported and appreciated by everything that they've done. I want you to also know that when we talk about the Clary report, we talk about Kingston campus, we have not lost focus about safety and security at our satellite campuses. I think it's vitally important and that's why you'll see some of these stakeholders here, other local police departments, federal agencies, law enforcement agencies, along with state police and our fusion center. I was talking to the committee last week about how we enhance and just about looking at ways that we enhance security and safety on our, and that is I have weekly conversations with some of our flagship universities in other states. I talk to the police chief at UConn every week, and we talk about important factors. 2 weeks ago, we hosted a Ride Cups meeting here, which is the Rhode Island. It's really the chiefs of police, the directors of public safety for all the colleges and universities here. And we hosted it over at the Welcome Center, talking about different types of trends and events that are going on and how we can prepare for those. And it's really about mitigating risks as a team effort. You know, I like to think, our students come here because we have great academics, I see Thor over there, our athletic program, our research, we're known globally for that, but I like to think that they come here because it's a safe decision. It's a safe campus. And I think we do a good job in collaboration with all our internal and our external stakeholders. Next slide, please. So we'll talk a little bit about the Clary report. I guess that's why we're here. Talk about our crime stats. When I look at our Clary report now, it's over 90 pages long. And we'll get you hard copies. I know they were electronically sent to you, but if you have any questions, we'll get you hard copies too. We completed it for the calendar year 2022. It was due to the Department of Education by October 1st, and we met that compliance and that requirement. So the Clary report is approximately about 94 pages long. And what's I think important about that report is there's only about 10 pages that talks about our crime stats and our fire stats. A majority of that book, that report, is information in terms of crime prevention strategies and also different types of services that we provide our community members. It talks about policies and procedures, contact information, and also outreach and educational training that we do and initiatives that we have. Next slide, please. I know I get a lot of questions about geography, and it's really, there's 3 types of location that we have to report to, and that is on campus, obviously, and then public property. I gave you a couple of examples of that in here. We had an incident, Mike Shalick, who was at the subcommittee meeting, oversees our satellite campuses. He's a captain. And we've had some incidents up at the SEBS campus right across the street at the Dunkin' Donuts and some of the establishments there that we're required to report those information. And some of those don't even impact our community members, our students, our faculty, or our staff, and we're required to. And then the last part of that is the non-campus areas, locations. And we have to have charts and reporting for all of our satellite campuses, including our research vessel, the Endeavor. Next one, please. So these are the 11 primary clery crimes that we have to report. If you look on page 79, talk about identifies those, and then on page 76 are the definitions of these 11 clery crimes. I'm happy to report that 7 of these have 0 reports of any type of incidents. We've done a really good job. The numbers for those different categories are consistent with previous years. They're consistent with our clery reports and our numbers from post-COVID, pre-COVID. So I think it's important to mention that. The other part is we're seeing, and the feedback that the police department gets, Vice President Reynolds does a great job with, there's Kelly Ryan, who's the coordinator of violence prevention and advocacy services, and she does a great job. The feedback I get from our students who are survivors is that they feel like the university supports them. They feel like we have the proper services here to help them out. And she's out there touching every new student that comes in. She attends, I think, almost every URI 101 event. So she really gets an opportunity. The education and outreach that is happening on this campus in terms of some of those domestic violence, sexual assaults is outstanding. So I just want to thank the, Vice President Reynolds with that. The next slide, please. So this is the second category. It's really broken down to 4 categories. The first is the primary 11 clery crimes. The second part is the VAWA, which is the Violence Against Women Act, which has these 3 categories of domestic violence, dating violence, and stalking. And then next slide, please. The third are our arrests and our referrals to student conduct with the 3 categories of drugs, alcohol, and weapons violation. And then the last one is hate crimes. So I just want to talk a little bit about hate crimes. And it's really about, obviously we've been experiencing, I was on a conference call earlier this week with Director Ray from the FBI, and we're seeing an increase in incidents with anti-Semitic and also those geared towards our LGBTQ plus community members. We're seeing an increase in that. We and I can talk a little bit. When I say we, I'm talking about the United States as a whole, not we as a university. And we'll talk a little bit about those numbers here at the university. So hate crimes are any crime motivated. Next slide, please. Motivated by bias and bigotry. We take these very, very seriously. We have a lieutenant who has specialty training. He works, the Attorney General's office in this state has newly formed a hate crime civil rights unit. We are part of that. We have an officer who is the liaison with the Attorney General's office, and we also have additional specialty training for our officers. So if we recognize anything that meets that criteria of a hate crime or a civil rights violation, we're working hand in hand with them in the Attorney General's office. So it's really a comprehensive training with everybody. I also want you to know that we work with our directors in our different multicultural organizations on this campus, and we also receive specialty training from them, which I think is important. And that's where we break down some of those barriers. We start building trust. We start building confidence, and we those relationships and partners work together to really address any kind of concerns or any issues that we have. Next slide. Just lastly on that, if you notice on the bottom, we had no reported hate crimes
here on the university for 2022 for the calendar year. And I think we're on pace for that for 23 too. I haven't seen anything. CSAs, just quickly about CSAs. They are the officials within the university that are responsible. If you look at page, I believe it's page 9, and it talks about CSAs and definitions and what their requirements are. We have a new a coordinator of outreach and education within public safety who has set up a training program for our CSAs. So we do a lot of in-person training, and also we do it on Bright Space in terms of education outreach, on reporting, requirements of reporting. Community placing. Can you go back to that go back to the one just before that. Community policing. So if all you know how important community policing is to me, it's kind of what I think I was what I brought to the table. It's near and dear to me. It's not a feel good check in a box for me. It's about proven organizational strategies that we work with our community members in partnership to build trust, to address concerns, to address issues. And it's really, I put in there, it's the professional, proactive, responsive way of policing nowadays. I know we've had a lot of challenges after George Floyd, and for me, it's an opportunity now to really showcase what we have and work with our community members, especially our marginalized, underrepresented, and our multi-language community members, and building that trust. A difficulty that we have here, and I don't want to say it's kind of challenging, and it's really makes us be innovative, is back in my old job, once you forge those relationships with those community members, those organizations, you have them forever, even during the bad times. Here, our student population is changing every 4 years. And we also have to deal with perceptions that some of our community members have with their local police department. Some of those perceptions are negative, and we really have to build on those from the ground roots. And it all, again, Vice President Reynolds with, the first 40 days here in terms of the outreach program that we do, especially with our first year students is amazing. And that's where we get to build those types of those relationships. Next slide. So we have a vibrant community policing policy within, and it's not just, I saw Paul Harahan out there, Corporal Harahan. He's our community police officer. Doesn't do it alone. It's a team effort. I'm proud to say that he was recognized out of all, just before COVID, he was recognized by the Chiefs of Police Association as the Community Police Officer of the Year for the state of Rhode Island. I think it shows, how committed we are to community policing and about making a positive difference within our community. The other part of this too, community policing, it's not just a police function anymore. When I came into public safety, it's about bringing the other units, the other 7 units, emergency management, fire and life safety, TAP, transportation and parking, and having them at these events so we can, again, collectively address the concerns of our community members. So lots of times we were having different types of community policing events, and we would hear issues about parking and transportation or mitigating risks, all hazards training. So I think it's vitally important that we have all of them together. The other part about this is we frequently have events with a lot of different internal stakeholders, and that has been, I think, beneficial in both ways. From talent development to the students, to our division of student affairs, I think we're going to do probably 25 different community-based community outreach type of programming this academic year. I was just seeing the stat, and I think we've done 11 of them already. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. We're preparing for a safety walk with our student senate within the next couple of weeks, and we'll bring in some other internal stakeholders like facilities, the dean of students office, HRL, to walk through our campus and address
identify any kind of safety concerns that we have, including blue lights, overhead lighting, different things like that. Next slide, please. So I talked about the 25, that's my goal, and we're gonna reach that goal. The other part of this too, for me, is it's not all about just our community. I think what we want to be recognized on the global stage as an institution and about our values and our brand. And for me, a lot of our community policing and community outreach has now gone past URI, and it's hit South County, and it's extended into the entire state. We do a toy drive, we do kids cops in classrooms, we do a lot of different events to help those that are in need. We provide toys, gift cards, clothing, food to over five or six different social service providers in Hasbro Hospital. So I think it's important that we not only make a positive difference here in URI, but our entire community. And again, being alumni, for me, it's about the brand, it's about the values that we bring as at URI. Next slide. So I know I hate to laugh about this. I didn't mean to. We talked about this at the committee meeting last week, and I told committee chair Ryan, I said, I can't believe we're talking about active shooters 11 years. We're coming up to 11 years after Sandy Hook, where I was. And after that, we had the Maine shooting. We saw what happened up in Maine. So we're seeing this is not going away. I know Director Ray from the FBI shared his concerns in terms of this and seeing possibly an increase in this. So what are we doing here at the university? I can tell you right now that your officers are well trained. We go through extensive training to prepare to respond to an active shooter. We're probably one of the best trained departments in the state. And we're constantly changing the way we train. We also offer a CREST training. I think we've done over 150 trainings, over 5,000 community members. So CREST is really a civilian response to an active shooter event. You've probably heard of different types of training, ALICE training, run, hide, fight. We go with the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, which is avoid, deny, and defend. And we've gotten very positive feedback from different stakeholders about that training. We've also implemented a campaign. It's a national campaign after the Las Vegas shooting. We saw the Stop the Bleed program come about. A lot of those that were injured ended up suffering severe injuries or even having fatal injuries because they couldn't stop the bleed. So part of that program is tourniquet application, applying a tourniquet. And we also add that now onto our CREST trainings. 25% of all mass shootings are happening in the educational setting, K through 12 and higher education. Next slide, please. So, community policing, like I said, it's on I think that is what's making a difference on our community. I think we have our police officers out of the cruisers. They're out there on foot. They're out there on bicycle, and they're forging those relationships. We're building that trust, and we're getting the message out. People see something, they say something to us, they trust us, and I think that's what we need to do in terms of crime, prevention of crime, and making this a safe and secure campus. I had a little stat here. I don't know if I misplaced it. I just got these stats this morning, and we've done 4 CREST trainings already. Those active shooter trainings. We're scheduled to do 5 more before the end of the calendar year, and then for community policing, we've done 11 events on campus. A lot of great stakeholders, internal stakeholders that support us on those. And we've handed out over 1,500 hot dogs, 700 grilled cheese, 1,000 boxes of popcorn, and a lot of other items from pretzels and donuts. The cops like the donuts. So, but we help. We see students come up and they talk about food insecurities. They give us information on stuff. It's a good opportunity to break down those barriers and have those critical conversations. And again, building that trust. It's I think it's the way to go, and we're going to continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I commend you on that. Not every police department or campus police department takes that philosophy. So, and I think, and it works. So we appreciate your approach and the results that we've seen. Any questions on the report?
Forgot to ask you this in the committee meeting, but do we bring our tour guides up to speed on these stats and what we're doing? So, because I know it's a question for parents when they come for orientation. Do the tour guides know how good we're doing and what we're doing?
Yeah, so I'll give credit to Corporal Harahan, who's out there doing these events, and he's talked to the tour guides, and the tour guides now kind of steer their tours by our food, you know, and they have a conversation. And the parents, we get a lot of positive feedback from the parents about those different types of outreach events. Even our active shooter training that we've done on campus, we've had it in areas, and the tours have gone by them, and the parents and the students, the positive feedback that we receive from them, that they feel like we're prepared to respond properly to an incident, a critical incident.
And one last question on the active shooter. What happens if there's an active shooter outside now? How do people get notified on campus?
So we have a 911. We are a PSAP now, which is a public safety answering point. We are primary. So that will come in to our dispatch center right here, which is located at 44 Lower College, and they'll dispatch our officers to that incident. So I do a separate training, especially for law enforcement, on shaving seconds that came out of Sandy Hook. Our training is all about shaving seconds. And when we talk about shaving seconds, is we want to get to that threat as quickly as possible to stop the killings. And that happens right as soon as dispatch gets that 911 call. So we do a lot of training from all the way from dispatch to our officers. So I hope that answered your question.
People on the campus notified. That's what I was.
So we'll work along with the other units within my department, including emergency management and Vice President, I see Matt back there in communications and marketing. We have a great working relationship. He comes with a lot of expertise from Miami, and we will work out and put out emergency notifications, timely warnings, and we'll put that out on our rave. So we have an opt-out option for our students. So everybody's in the notification system. So we also have a safety preparedness video on our website. It's about a 7-minute. I encourage all of you to look at it, and it talks about not only ADD, it talks about things that we would put in place, such as shelter in place, lockdown, and evacuation. So we use a lot of that nomenclature in communication. So we're going to have effective communication. I know we don't want to just put out communication, because sometimes that creates more chaos. And having Matt here is very helpful with his experience.
I know Matt, I'll get to you in a second. I know there's a lot of people that want to put stuff in URI 101, but does it go, how is every student actually educated? Are they required to go through training?
You want to?
No, it's just no.
Yeah.
Have we thought about it? Have we thought about it?
Or for our students or for the presenters? Yes, they do. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And yes. Yes. So yeah. I thought you meant about the people presenting. So yeah, so we're touching every student, and Corporal Harahan is really, at the hip of Kelly during most of those events. We also do a citizen police academy. We do a lot of different events in terms of getting that messaging out about safety and security. We get to meet with all the RAs initially.
So do they get trained as
Yes, yes.
well?
Yeah, well, they're here a couple weeks before. We get to work with them in terms of training, and expectations and working together. I know I was an RA here and I felt like I wasn't a part of the team when 911 would come, EMS or police, and then they wouldn't tell us. We collaborate with our RAs and our HRL staff, from our area coordinators to the RAs.
This year we actually did fire extinguisher training too. So we got to go up to the police station and actually learn how to use a fire extinguisher because we all have one in our room, but we don't know how to use it. So we actually got to do that this year as well. And we got a presentation from them every year during training as well. And so we work with them. And then for tour guiding as well, we have facts about it. So we talk about the 90+ blue lights. We point them out on tour, talk about the 2-minute response time, and how that 911 is automatically redirected to URI police. So they don't have to memorize another phone number as well, which is something that parents ask a lot about.
Excellent. Thanks, Reva. Matt?
Chief, thank you for this report and all the work that your staff does. I know Detective Brazil's out here every meeting, and I always love seeing him. My question is more forward leaning. Is there anything that keeps you up at night, or anything that you think the board could help assist with, or should be aware of to help with your work?
Yeah, well, being in public safety for over 32 years, I'm up all night, just worrying about my officers, worrying about our community members, keeping them safe. So there's some of the things that I've had discussions with Vice President Benson about in terms, and we're working our dispatch center. And Marie Coleman's is playing a very vital role in that, in terms of getting them more additional training in telecommunication, and different, really professionalizing our dispatch, which takes all the calls, not only emergency calls, but administrative calls too.
Thank you.
And I just want to add, I mentioned the 2 minutes. So my goal on this campus is 90 seconds. We're going to get to any incident within incident within 90 seconds. And we've developed patrol structures now. The old days of having a police officer respond from the police department are over. Our cars, we have great equipment here. With the support of Vice President Benson, we have great equipment in our vehicles. Their offices, they have MGTs, which are mobile data terminals. They're out there in the patrol sectors. They have a patrol sector assigned to them, and they're out there on foot dealing with quality of life issues, building those bonds, building that trust and confidence, and getting to know their patrol areas and their patrol sectors. And that way we can respond promptly to a call for service.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that Chief Dakota and his team offer regular trainings for both our students as well as our faculty and staff, and they have taken advantage of that throughout many of the colleges and departments. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you so much for your great work and your leadership. We appreciate it. Okay. That leads us into lunch. How exciting is that? So let's we're actually a little bit ahead of schedule, so we can get out of here early if we just take about 10 minutes to grab lunch, do whatever we need to do, and then we'll come back and go into the committee reports.
That's good.
You saved us another 10 minutes. Soon. Oh, look at that. Here it is. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Barbara. Happy birthday to you. Forget about that sandwich. That's what you're eating. That's exciting. Happy birthday. We all have to try that. Looks like somebody made that. So- Wow. Okay, why don't we let's keep going because we can get out of here earlier. We're going to start with the committee chair reports. Oh yeah, do we have everyone? Yep. Okay. Yeah, Jay and Joe will come back. Okay, so the first committee report was the executive committee slash compensation subcommittee that we had on October 24th. And we met to talk about the comprehensive presidential review. And I got a lot of good feedback from the committee on a few things. One was we reworded the letter that's going out to the community. I started it, and Matt actually made it much better. So I appreciate that. So that letter is going to actually go out after this meeting. So probably like on Monday, we'll send an announcement out to the URI community that we're doing the comprehensive presidential review. It's going to be a survey that Barb and Bethany Jenkins have been super helpful, as of course Michelle, in targeting a number of constituents. And so we've narrowed it down to 6 major stakeholders: the Board of Trustees, state and federal leadership, administration and staff, representative faculty, students, and alum and external stakeholders. And the way that distribution looks, it'll be about 550 people that receive this survey. And it'll be, Board of Trustees is about 4%, state and federal leadership is about 3%, administration and staff is 13%, representative faculty is 30%, students are 44%, and alum and external stakeholders 6%. So I thought that was a good distribution based on who we serve. And I thought the survey questions went through a lot of iteration. Shell, me, Mark, Barb, others, and I think they came out pretty good. And it's a pretty simple survey to take, but I think it's pretty comprehensive. And there's a place where you can also submit a qualitative response. And so what we talked about at the last committee meeting was that let's see what comes back. And if there are comments that we want to dig further into, then I would say we would do some interviews. But I don't really feel the need to have to set up a whole interview process. But if something's is an outlier and we want to understand it better, we should ask, and it should come from the board. So we'll bring this committee back together once we get the results, and then we'll review them, see if we want to go out to the community and talk to anybody, and then we'll bring those results back here to the board. And it'll be an opportunity for feedback for Mark and for Mark to respond to the results as well. And we're really trying to do this so that it's not we're just trying to find out information beyond what we know. So it's really intended to be useful. It's part of the course of what any institution does, any university does, and this is the first time that we're doing it together with Mark. So we'll learn from the experience. So my expectation is that the survey goes out, and then we're putting November 20th as the deadline to complete the survey. So people will have about 2 weeks to do it. And I'm excited about it. I think it's actually come together pretty well, and I think we'll get some good information. We're also going to flag those 6 groups that I read We're going to flag those groups so you self-identify when you open the survey so that we can understand where the feedback's coming from. So it's anonymous, but you'll be put into that group so we can get a perspective on where that information's coming from. And that's a pretty common thing that companies or institutions do when they're doing like a pulse survey. So you understand, where the information's coming from. So that's going to get released shortly, and we'll have an opportunity to see the results. Any comments, questions? I appreciate the feedback I got at the executive committee. It really got us to, I think, make the wording on the letter much better. And the questions look, I think they look pretty good.
Melissa, I agree. I sat in on the executive committee, and I think these questions actually really do capture, what we want to be asking. And so I really think they look great. Thank you.
There's also just full disclosure, there is a faculty driven, it's driven by the faculty senate. They're doing a president review, which is also consistent with their policies where when the president is coming up for a contract renewal, they also do a review. So I'm actually sitting on their committee, so I can understand what that process looks like, and I will come back to this board to give you a review of what's happening there. Okay. I would like to turn it over to Mike Fastelli for a brief report on the ad hoc real estate committee.
Thanks, Margo. The special ad hoc committee convened for the first time last week from April of 23. And we covered the topics that some of which we talked about, here. We mainly met in executive session because we're thinking about obviously real estate deals, and a lot of the information we talked about would kind of be contrary to our value if we had a public session. So related to really property, housing, real property, the different campuses and opportunities we have within those. So that was the reason why we're in executive session so much. We talked about a lot about the housing plan. I think that was the main focus, and Ahmed and Fahid that's on the committee can comment, but we all thought that was critical. We all thought, we kind of had to do certain things and get the request for qualifications out, and then really going in on the RFP once we got that. And then we talked a little bit about that earlier, so I won't be repetitive. Then we heard an update from Abby and her team on the Rhode Island agricultural, park that were built on the Peckham Farm, which is I don't know if anybody wants to comment on that, but I thought a really cool idea and a good idea. And then we also talked about the Thomas, how do you pronounce that, Mark? Tamagwag Museum plans, which we talked about before, and that's been ongoing. Where are they going to go? And we have a potential site to relocate them on the URI campus. So those are the areas that we touched on. I don't know if anybody, Abby, you want to comment more on those, or Mark, but that's what we covered.
That's good.
Okay, thank you, Mike. We'll now go to Finance and Facilities Committee report with Bahid.
So in the interest of time, I'll be brief too. We had a combined meeting with the audit committee for a long time. We discussed a number of items. One of the items we discussed in the finance board of it was the housing plan. And as a kind of result of that we decided that this is something we should be discussing ad hoc. So Mike gave an update on that one. There's a couple of discussion items, a couple of action items. We'll get Abby and the team involved. But one item that we did discuss, and Abby and I have spoken, I've spoken to Margo about, currently for any change orders and any items, the contracts, they have to come to the finance and then come to the board to get approval. Items like over 5 million. So an idea that we put on there is that every time you approve a contract, some of them drawn for a long time, so you get change orders. We automatically give them 20% leeway
on change orders as long as it doesn't materially impact the nature of the contract or scope of services. So Mark and Abby and the team will have that leeway without having to come to the board to expedite things up to 20% of that amount. Once you hit that 20% amount, say like a $5 million contract, you spend $1 million in change orders. At that point, they'll come in there, they ratify a $6 million contract, they'll get it on at 20% on that. So this way we'll expedite things, we make the things shorter, they can get going. So we discussed that, we're all in agreement. I don't think there needs to be an action on this. I think it's just a policy item, but we'll ask with legal to make sure. But I just want to make sure if there's any comment, but any board members, Joe and others who were on the, we discussed that briefly, but Abby and I talked more detail about how it would go. If everyone's okay with that, that's an item we would like to proceed with. Good. Beyond that, on a couple items that we had a discussion item and approval under delegation of authority for the president related to land and property and easement agreement between the University of Rhode Island and Narragansett Electric Company for an overhead underground distribution system on the southerly side of South Ferry Road, Narragansett. And Abby, do you want to kind of like talk about that for a couple of minutes for the board?
Yeah, I think you summarized it. Essentially, this is to support site work at the Bay campus. We needed to provide an easement for our electrical contractors to make sure we could move forward on that. So that was done under the president's authority.
Questions? Okay. An action item, the first action item we have is an approval of an amendment to the contract between the University of Rhode Island and Atlantic Control Systems. Abby, please.
So there are actually two action items. One is Atlantic Controls and the next is Next Gen Mechanical. I thought I would talk about them both just because this is relevant to what Vahid mentioned. So as you know, we implemented the policy in February that the board approves anything over 5 million. And we're in a bit of a transition period where, as Vahid mentioned, we have some contracts that were approved before the policy that have change orders that bring the amount over 5 million. So the Atlantic Controls contract, what we're asking for is approval of an amendment. So that was originally approved back in 2021 for $4.8 million. The change order would bring it up to 7.6. This is a contract that really is about mechanical HVAC maintenance and some of our plumbing and refrigerator and heating maintenance. So we're asking for approval of a amendment to bring it over the 5 million. And then the Next Gen is a new contract, so it's similar. It's also HVAC related, really about our chiller systems. It's a new contract that we currently did put in place at the amount of 4.5 million, but we expect that it'll go up to 6 million over the life of the contract. So we wanted to bring it to the board now and get approval so that we can move forward if we need to go above that $5 million amount. So.
To talk about the next action item also, which is to do with the site license with Celco, which is doing business as Verizon Wireless, and then I'll go through three bullets in a row.
Great. So this really is Verizon approached us about putting an additional tower on one of our residence halls to get better coverage for our campus. We have an existing Verizon set up on our water tower, and this would be a second one. So this does require, it's a real estate transaction, so it does require board approval, but we think it's the right thing to do for our community to increase coverage.
Okay, so may I have a motion? I think I have to do 3 votes and not in combined. The University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees approve an amendment to the contract between University of Rhode Island and Atlantic Control Systems effective November 3rd, 2023, as presented in the enclosure.
Salmon, I move it.
Second, Mike Festa.
Thank you. There being no, any discussion, questions? There being no discussion, may I ask for a voice vote? All in favor? Yes. Yes. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Second, may I have a motion for the URI Board of Trustees approve the contract between the University of Rhode Island and Next Gen Mechanical effective August 17, 2023, as presented in the enclosure.
So moved.
Second, any discussion? There being no discussion, all in favor, please say yes. Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. And lastly, may I have a motion that the URI Board of Trustees approve the request to execute a communication site license Agreement with Selco Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless for a rooftop facility on Eddy Hall at the University of Rhode Island Kingston campus, as presented in the.
Courtney, so moved.
Second.
Any discussion? There being no discussion, may I ask for a voice vote? All in favor?
Yes.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes unanimously. Thank you. You're done.
Good job, Behave.
We just.
Okay. Next we are going to risk. Is that right? Yep. And Matt is going to cover risk.
Thank you, Chair. So in addition to all the lovely things that he just spoke about in the joint meeting of the Institutional Risk and Compliance Committee and the Finance and Facilities Committee, we also spoke about the audited financial statements. It's a 90+ document, lots of fun stuff to read that in there, and I'll let Abby summarize the big findings there.
Great, thank you. So I'm pleased to report that we had a clean audit and we presented it to the joint FNF and IRCC committee meeting. I'll just share a few highlights. You do have an executive summary in your package for our financial statements. So we did see an increase in operating revenues of about 4% in fiscal year 2023. We also had an increase in operating expenses at 0.6%. So that was a very minimal increase in our operating expenses. Our non-operating revenue and expenses, which can be a little confusing because that includes things like our state appropriations, which some of you may know we actually use for operating expenses, but that's a government accounting term, decreased about 20% in fiscal year 2023, but that's because we received a significant HERF grant. So that was a COVID grant that we got last year that we don't have this year. So that's the reason for the decrease in the non-operating revenue. Our capital contributions, we had $36.49 billion in capital contributions in fiscal year 2023. Those were included support from the state and also from private gifts. And major capital additions included the Bay campus pier replacement, which was bond funded, and the Tutel basketball facility, which is gift funded, and the Fine Arts Building, which is also bond funded. Overall, our statement of net position, which is, a statement of our overall assets and liabilities, increased to the positive 40 million at the end of 2023. So glad I got this Apple Watch because my phone's ringing. And if you look at the last page of your executive summary, you see that you can break down that increase in net position in 3 different categories: our investment in capital assets, which is obviously our most significant portion for the campus, given our physical plan, restricted expendable funds, and unrestricted expendable funds. So that's a high-level summary of the financial statements. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Abby. I'm not seeing any questions. So with that, may I have a motion that the Board of Trustees approve the University of Rhode Island's audited financial statements for FY 2023 as presented in the enclosure?
So moved, Jay.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
Here, Jay.
Okay. Thank you, Jay. Any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, I'll ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yeah.
Opposed? Any abstentions? All right, doesn't sound like there is. The motion is approved. And thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, we're going to Neil now for the Academic Affairs and Research Committee report.
Thank you, Margot. Committee met on October 26th this year. Heard, as we always do, reports from our Chief Academic Officer and Provost, as well as our Chief Research Officer. We have a number of action items that'll follow after a discussion of those reports, but specifically the traditional fall update that Barbara will lead along with the help of Dean Labuti. Barbara?
Thank you very much, Neil. A couple of 2 quick things that you've heard about already. One is that we do have a new Dean of the College of Pharmacy, and that's Dr. Carrie LaPlante. and she is a tenured professor and department chair in the College of Pharmacy at the University of Rhode Island and has been named dean after a very thorough and competitive search. So we're very excited. For those of you who might not know Carrie, she is an internationally recognized scholar in antimicrobial resistance and infectious disease, a widely published author and clinical researcher, having been the principal investigator or co-principal investigator on more than $21 million in grants from either the National Institutes of Health, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and pharmaceutical industry. She is a fellow in not just one, but several esteemed national bodies of distinction in recognition of her contributions to the field. So we are very excited to welcome her to this new role. The other thing that you have heard already, as mentioned previously by President Perlange, is that we will have a fall commencement, and this will happen in December 16th at 10 a.m. at the Ryan Center. And this has been widely requested by both students and families, and we have received fabulous feedback so far because people are excited to be able to participate at the time that they actually graduate. So we're very excited. I'm now going to turn it over to Dr. Dean LaBeauty. He is our Associate Vice President for Enrollment Management and Student Success, and he is going to present to you the latest data from our October census in terms of enrollment. Dean.
Thank you, Dr. Wolf. Good afternoon, everyone. Always a pleasure to be able to provide an update on our students in fall enrollment. Just going to pull up a brief PowerPoint presentation, and then I look forward to hearing your questions. Thank you, James. Appreciate it. No. Almost there. While we're waiting for this to come up, I can start by saying, so whenever we give the fall enrollment report, I like to kind of start with our new students incoming. And so we'll start first with our applications, and actually I will get chatting if that's okay in the interest of time. So another great year for undergraduate applications. I've talked with this group in the past where we started with 13 or 14,000 applications just about 10 years ago. We had 25,391 applications. Almost a record. We were just off our record from last year, but a really terrific, strong application pool, considering a decline in demographics, especially in our key areas. So really pleased based on that. Because I keep going. Excellent. Excellent. Just missed it, Tom, by a couple of dozen. We were very close. And so again, really proud because of the fact that we were at about 23,000 before COVID, and then we kind of did about a 2,000 jump. And so I kind of wanted to maintain that 25 number. And right now for next fall, we're actually ahead of that. So it was a good year in applications. One of the things that I'm really proud about is when you look at our first year student class, we talk a lot about what's known as summer melt. So summer melt is the following. You commit to attend a university, and then you decide you're going to go elsewhere. Summer melt is really tricky these days because of two factors. Number one, a lot of schools did not hit their enrollment. And so what happened was, oh, there we go. Thank you. So a lot of schools did not hit their enrollment. So they actually now have the ability to actually buy away other students. You can say, gee, I know you committed this institution for $5,000 more. How would you like to come to our school? So think of the game that higher ed was never in. Our summer melt used to be 12 to 13%. This is the second year in a row that it's been cut to 6.9 last year and 7.2. And that was a strategic move by a wonderful group of people involved with student affairs, academic affairs, IT, and others led by Dr. Erin Earl. And I'm really pleased to see that. We brought in 3,277 first-year students, average high school GPA 3.63. Our talent development, we brought in 282 TD scholars. 61% of our incoming students identify as female. 24%, think of that as your diversity number. I have this as historically underrepresented populations. You remember, for those of you who've been around for a while, that used to be 8 or 10% just about 10 years ago. And I'm going to unpack that in a little bit. 31% of our new students identify as first in their family to attend college. And then 31% are from Rhode Island. Looking at this question, 39%, thank you. When you look at this from how we did target wise, if you look at the top left, you'll see first year. You'll see that we brought in 3277 students, or a plus 22. In state, we were just off our target, and I'm going to unpack that in a second. And then out of state and regional, we were above. So from a first year student perspective, it's nice to, I always like to come in at or above target, and I'm really pleased to see that. We did see some challenges. You know, when you look at that first year number of 3277 and you think of 39% in state, that was actually an adjusted target that we did after the approval of Promise and the Hope Scholarship at RIC and CCRI. And I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. And so what I'm pleased to see was really our ability to pivot. But that is something that number used to be about 1450, 1500, and we've been impacted the past several years based on that. Transfer students, bottom right. 1 in 5 of our students who graduates every year on commencement transfer to URI. And we're really proud of the work we do in working with that. We brought in over 534 transfers. Interesting fact about that, that represents students coming from 100 different institutions. The majority, our main majority, of course, is the Community College of Rhode Island. So again, pleased to see, again, transfer and first year enrollment being solid for us as a university. Oh, now it's stuck on me. All right.
Community college, when we were up getting reconfirmed at the State House, that was brought up a number of times. So I think we should share that data with them about students transferring from CCRI to URI.
So President Parlange and I actually gave testimony last spring. We also met with Senator DePalma. Again, I'm really proud of the work that we do with transfers. We actually work with CCRI on the development of their general education program and on our courses. We have a robust transfer program, but I think that that's something that comes up often. Tom, and I appreciate you saying that. We continue to beat the drum and actually continue to try to make improvements there. Okay. As you can imagine, having students coming from 100 different institutions. When we look at our enrollment, wanted to talk a little bit about what I think is working. I always like to give you a little bit of inside baseball and what I think is some of our challenges. First of all, only about a third of the institutions hit their targets again, and we're one of them. So I'm pleased to say that, right? And we had great enhanced summer melt, cross-campus collaboration. I have an open house tomorrow. We're going to have 4,000 students and family members coming, sold out and then some. And I will have an entire campus here on a Saturday helping us recruit just like they did 2 weeks ago. So I really think it is kind of our superpower of having our community come together and work with recruitment. We do a lot with focus on families and onboarding. I've talked a lot about what we do in social media, the work of Kat Moniz and the team, the connection with Ellen Reynolds, or Dr. Ellen Reynolds' team. So there's a lot of good things that we do. However, there are some concerns that are starting to crack our strength, and I really want to chat about those if I may today. Number one is we brought back triples, and it is not a good thing in the marketplace. It impacted our yield severely. We had people who turned us down who said, I loved your university, but I do not want to live in a triple, and it is a major concern. Our competitors are not doing it, and that is something that we need more housing, and that is something that it's tough to go out there and recruit students and then have that be the deciding factor, especially when we have this amazing campus and academic programs. We also saw some softer yield. So yield is you admit students in the hope that they come, that percentage, based on those residence halls that we did triple. And Ellen, I appreciate your team and the work that we do on this. We mitigate it as best as we can, but it is not a pleasant thing to try to sell, especially post-COVID. So we had just over 30% of our incoming class in triples from the beginning stage of that process. They do get a break, and they do get a discount, and that is something that we sell, and we actually, rather than say, because the biggest fear years ago was, well, what are my chances being tripled? So we had it down to several colleges to mitigate that, but it's a tough thing when folks say, I just don't want that. And, you know, we're doing our best. This is about helping people have housing. We know we have challenges down the line with ordinances, but it's a challenge. Next challenge. Yeah. That is correct. That is correct. And when you look at the yield and the impact and comments, and people say, I loved your campus, I love the academic programs, and it's down to housing, that's why we've got to work on that, and it has to be quick. Every year this is occurring, I'm really concerned about that. We did utilize our wait list, and it was nice that we had a wait list with a robust application, but we did that based on some of the softer yields. Connect that with the next thing, free tuition programs in Rhode Island and beyond. Hope at Rick, CSURI Promise. New York State not only has a state program, I think it's Excelsior, but they offered in-state tuition to 22 New York institutions to Connecticut, Mass, New Jersey, Virginia, and other residents. Think about that. New Jersey enhanced their tuition program as well. So that's the reality out there. All of a sudden with these programs, you're competing against that. Other concerns of our students will just say grade inflations and what happened during COVID and their academic needs. I'm really proud of our Academic Enhancement Center with tutoring right now and support. They're up 29% in usage in the first 6 weeks. Other things family members are saying, gee, we saved for college and the value of that is not there anymore. And then they go to borrow money to pay for college and your parent loans are at 8.5%. And so these are just some of the factors that are out there, never mind new players coming into it. I think I mentioned last year, when Virginia Tech is in New York and New Jersey recruiting heavy for engineers, that adds a competitor that we didn't see. Good news, though, is again, there was a lot of great things that did happen in enrollment. Yes, please.
And then I had a question.
Please.
I'd love to hear your perspective. I just saw this week that a sixth state signed an executive order eliminating college degree requirements for most state jobs. And I know a number of large tech companies are moving to certifications instead of college degrees. Have you thought about that as a concern, approaching?
So I think that when you look at the higher education market, last year we actually talked about male enrollment in the board meeting and things. There are many other competitors that are now impacting that. I'm going to graduate from high school and I'm going to go on to, and now there are so many different pathways and some great jobs and fields. So absolutely, that's something that we've been worried about the past couple of years, especially with trades. Never mind, others are saying, well, gee, maybe the certification thing actually is the same equal aspect of. And so that's why it's important for higher education, I think, to continue to talk about our value proposition and how we collaborate, and also the importance of skills that are developed in general education, writing, communication, ethics, and others that are not there in some of those, what I would call those fast track, let me take these 3 things to become this. But absolutely, it's a new player in the competitive market. We definitely saw it happening on the decline in the male enrollment in higher education, and I think you could see that overall. So it's something that, another area of concern, definitely.
Yeah, I was just trying to, and if it's not a quick answer, it's fine. I'm trying to reconcile where is the real capacity constraint here? So if it's, if the 10-15 year plan is going to create 700 new beds, but you've got 1,000 students that are tripled right now, is the capacity housing or is it capacity in classroom? Where is the choke at, and where do you say, okay, now we've got the optimal, but it's hard to figure that out.
I think we are close to optimal in traditional undergraduate enrollment because of housing, mental health, first aid counseling, counseling center, academic enhancement resources, classroom space, and others. Now, growth online, growth in master's program, professional master's, certificate, PhD, I believe we have a lot of tremendous growth there, and that is in our plan. In terms of, though, traditional undergraduate students, there are so many other factors that are playing in here beyond just beds. I just think, Ellen, I'm looking at you alone just about what's happening right now with mental health and wellness and academic support and others. The good news is we went through a period of growth in the undergraduate period, and I'm going to show you that. And our focus now is really on maximizing their success, their retention rates, closing that equity gap. But our growth factors certainly are in non-traditional adult graduate certificates.
Exit interviews on like the top 4 schools, why people decided not to go to URI, or are those the items you were alluded to earlier?
So these are the schools that, if I can connect the two, Tom, I think what you're saying. So this is our competitor list, and this is actually new data that was not presented at the committee level because it came out 2 days ago. Thank you, John String and your team, for helping us turn this around. When students are admitted to URI and they do not come, here's your list. Very varied. When you read the comments of why students said, you'll have everything from thanks, I really liked you, but I got a better offer, or I like this school better, or a couple were, gee, I wasn't going to be tripled, or gee, they gave me a lot more money. The complexity of a family member's decision these days, number one, finances are up there. That sense of belonging and sense of connection on the right school. And so the nice thing about this is that we win many times. So when I look at Massachusetts and Connecticut residents that apply to URI in their state school, I actually win at a greater percentage than I lose of them staying in state. So that shows me that there's a lot of great things happening with our recruitment and what we do. Finances are a big factor right now, and our financial aid support is terrific, and I appreciate everything we do, but our discount rate in aid is lower than some of our peers, many of our peers. And that is something that we do our best on that, but we have about $100 million of financial aid, and that's kind of one of the themes that you see, Tom.
The net is lower, like we end up being a net lower. Like I think we've had this conversation in the past.
So we see many $70,000 and $80,000 schools discounting at a 45 to 48% rate. They're putting themselves in that 30,000 type range, and we're all around in that same boat in different aspects. So several of our competitors on this list have discount rates 50 to 53, 54%. So what that means, for every dollar, right, 53% is going out, and they're taking in less in that percentage, and that's part of it, Margo. So we are very competitive in the marketplace. Usually we're within several thousand, but I can't compete with New Jersey residents who stay in Rutgers in their new in-state program. I can't compete against New York State's in-state tuition program for the Excelsior program. So some of these new state programs are seeing a stronger people staying at home because they have that value proposition.
Discounted, like a $65,000 school takes it to 45. Do they market it as a scholarship? And do they tell them? Because every kid seems to get a scholarship now.
There are, yes. So I apologize if I use the same joke I use every year, but about a third of the schools operate like Kohl's department store. Everyone gets 30% off when you walk in the door, and it's known. You saw Maine put it on billboards, right? Come to Maine for this price, and there's no differentiating in rules in different aspects. Many schools, you should use financial aid to support your enrollment goals of an institution. Right. But the reality is there are many schools out there to survive that everyone needs to get something. And that's part of that proposition. So there's a lot of schools are actually re-identifying their prices. The schools that are in the 70 and 80,000 are actually thinking of dropping their prices because they realize that this model of everything just is not sustainable. But, going back to Cook's, comment is we are competitive, but we do not win all the time. So I try to win on community service, what we offer, and this is the right place for you. And if I can get within a couple of $1,000s, we have an amazing admission team and our deans and everything work. But we're not winning on price.
Mentioned about price and competition. Where's our net tuition revenue over the last, say, 3 years? Are we going down because we're giving away too much money? Where is the financing for this?
So we could probably have a more detailed presentation on that in the future. I do not believe that we are going down. In fact, you're going to see actually we did pretty well on the undergraduate side. I'm going to show that in a slide or two. Yes, we have actually been able to maintain our discount rate during times where most schools are adding it by 3 to 5 percentages a year. So I'm pleased with that, but it is a challenge when there's greater need out there and people's access to liquidity just changed drastically. Folks with the ability to that thought they were going to do a little leveraging on borrowing really are getting hammered right now. It's the best way I could put it. So if I may just go, because I think there's a couple of questions. Oh, so overall enrollment at the university, 17,464, 15,100 undergrads. That includes pharmacy, 2,260 grads. Your in-state and out-of-state percentage, 48.5 in-state, female versus male. And again, I'm going to show some graphs and unpack this in a little bit. This is an interesting way to talk about what we just showed in financial FTEs. What did we plan for our budget and what occurred after October 15th? So if you look at this slide, you'll see, and if I can unpack this, the top left is your undergraduate, bottom is graduate. You have your fiscal year 24 allocation, what we hope to happen, and then October 15th is what did happen. So you will notice on your undergraduate full-time, a plus 82 in-state, a plus 91 out-of-state, a plus 25 regional. We had a great year on the undergraduate side. It actually did not happen this year like it did last year because of having a higher yield on first-year students. We met our targets. One of the reasons why it happened is if you look at the top right, oh, actually it's hidden here. Wish I could show this. Let me see if I can move this down without messing things up. Oh, I've got to show these people if I don't mind. So up in the top right, I always like to tell you something new we did. This is Dr. John O'Leary and Kim White. We found out that we lost a good amount of students during COVID that gave up on education because they thought it wasn't meant for them the way we delivered it and others. So we went out and offered life coaching sessions by Kim White. John did an amazing job working with others on campus, and we brought in almost a plus 50 on re-enrollment of students that were disengaged due to COVID. That's terrific. And that happened with an amazing team of doing that. That's an example of some of the things we do. You know, retention, first year, ongoing, but that re-enrollment, keep in mind we're already doing finish what you started, which is bringing adults back. And so I like to think when you look at that undergraduate, that those numbers there are a result of a lot of great hard work and innovation. Part-time, you'll see credit hours. The minus 590 is actually not 590 individuals. It's credit hours. And from a financial perspective, Bob, it's always better to have positive numbers up top than the full-time. Undergrad was a good year. Now, we had a lot of concerns that I just talked about, but there was a lot of innovative things that we did. And if you would like to, you can go on Rody today and read the great story on that Opportunity Renewed campus partnership on re-enrollment. It's pretty exciting. Graduate, Fund 100, we've got some work to do. We did not quite get to where we had hoped to be. We're currently working right now, the graduate school, the provost office, and all the academic colleges to unpack that by program. We know that's an important goal of the university, and we have a lot of work to do there. URI Online highlights some great works happening, data science, Master of Library Science, the MPA program, and our learning and development certification. We're seeing some nice gains there. So again, overall, university-wise, we are doing well. And I think
600, we can get a handle on that, of why they leave or don't.
we have some work to do on offering masters and professional masters, I think, that are meeting the needs of today. And we've got some exciting programs in the hopper. So I do not yet think we have hit our sweet spot on offering that. And I know there's some really exciting professional masters coming, and I welcome others to add to that. But my take on that would be that we've got some work to do on that. And there's some really exciting strategic initiatives that are happening right now, thanks to John Pullman and the provost office and others, that I think you're going to see some exciting move there, Tom.
And we didn't hit it.
That is correct. That is correct. We've talked over the years, and there's been a lot of interest by the committee of how we've changed over time when you look at students by race, ethnicity. This is alone and in combination. So students are 2 or more race, and they identify that this is here. So you look and you can see some really tremendous growth. I mean, if you look at, actually, let me move this down. Sorry about that again. If you look at that top right and you see Hispanic and Latino alone and in combination, 153% growth since 2008, 1,893, and those are our fastest growing population once again. So this gives you an example of how the university has grown, been much more representative, certainly, of the Rhode Island population and the population at large. And it's certainly been part of our strategic initiatives. And so I'm really pleased that this growth has occurred. And I'm really excited about some of the things that are doing. This office right out here is enrollment services, and they're now launching some educational videos for families in Spanish, and it's been really well received. And so as we look at that tremendous growth in our populations, I'm really excited about seeing our services respond based on that. All right, let me click back. Just some quick looks by college. Hold on, keep doing this. College enrollments. A&S is down the bottom left. HS, College of Health. BU is Business. CELS is the College of Environmental Life Science. EGR Engineering. NU Nursing. Non is non-degree. EP is education, pharmacy, other, graduate school of oceanography, and then the graduate school, which represents our neuroscience program. Ethan, I'll get this down eventually. All right, the next one, though, shows that college enrollment you just saw and the breakdown undergraduate, graduate, and that goal is the PharmD's 6-year doctoral program. So it just gives you an example of enrollment by college and then breaking this down to spec more based on a type of degree. This is a graph over time, and I realized, I was talking to John Stringer, that this is helpful to see how it is over time, but does not show movement based on the scale of the graph. So this basically shows blue is undergrad, white is graduate, gold is that undergraduate non-degree. But if you look at this slide a different way, and this is a new slide that you haven't seen before, and again, I'm going to slide this, where am I going to put them? How about there? If you look at this, you'll see over on the undergraduate side, do you see this big incline? And Chair Cook, this kind of goes to what happened. We had a tremendous growth on the undergraduate side, and you can see it going from 13,000 upwards between these years. And that was something that we've talked about over the past couple of years. Graduate, you can see that there's work to do. Notice the scale is 1,800 to 3,000, and it's been a little bit flat. Non-degree, predominantly high school students, and I want to really give kudos to the College of Arts and Sciences and Vic Fay Wolf when we launched computer science in almost every school in Rhode Island to produce more computer science majors. And if you saw actually the news yesterday, they talked about the massive growth in computer science. This was when Vic Fay Wolf and the team went out and said, we're going to go out there and offer computer science in the high schools. Pretty exciting to see that impact very quickly. And then graduate non-degree. So just a way to see that last graph in terms of the types of degree programs we offer. Just non-degree, Tom?
Non-degree.
You know, graduate non-degree, the scale, if you notice, is only in the hundreds. So you'll see it went from 600, a little bit 100. You know, that is, again, an area of graduate students saying, gee, I just want to take a class or two. With the added addition of certificates and other programs, they now have a program identity. And then in addition, that is also a decline. Sometimes, gee, I'm thinking of an MBA program. Let me take a class to see what it's like.
I don't know what's the cost of it versus dealing with 100 people.
You mean the cost, the financial loss here?
Yeah, I mean, if it the incremental costs, or is we have the cost fixed and we're just adding people. I don't know. Yeah, right. I don't know.
Right, that's correct.
Right? Is it profitable? Is my question. Another time.
Yes.
Probably depends on delivery mode too, right? So if it's online.
Thank you.
Enrollment for students, you need one faculty. If it's an in-person, kind of maximum person.
Right.
I think it vary by delivery mode.
I look at it from the perspective of I want that number to go the other way. Because when you're trying it and you like it and we can reel you in and get you in a certificate or a degree program, that is good. So oftentimes, sometimes non-degrees, I need to take, but sometimes it's I'd like to try something. So if we can set that hook, Tom, I think it would be something that could be helpful. We've shown this graph before, but this is undergraduate change over time. In-state is the blue line, white is the out-of-state line. So you can see that tremendous growth that we have in the institution. What I would like to point out, though, is when you look at our decline in-state, 2 other institutions in Rhode Island have seen declines over 30%. Our decline, even during the drop in Rhode Island enrollment, was actually half that. And that's due to finish what we started in re-enrollment and other aspects. So I'm actually really proud of the fact that we knew Rhode Island enrollment was going to dip by nature of the demographic decline. You know, we graduate just under 10,000 high school graduates a year, but our decline was much less than many others experienced based on, I think, some innovative markets that we got into. For your knowledge, left side is the top 10 undergraduate programs by headcount enrollment. Psychology in the lead there, nursing number 2. On the right side are non-PhD grad programs. And let's see if I can slide this back up. Maybe go up there. And you can just see our non-PhD grad programs, MBA part-time, physical therapy. And when you see an asterisk next to like libraries and information studies and others, these were programs that moved to URI online. And it's nice to see that they've had some growth when we moved that modality. So just an example of kind of what's leading the university in terms of headcount enrollment in 2023. I am just about done. I just wanted to say the graph we showed, another example of graduate degrees, master's is in gold, blue is PharmD, white is PhD. Example of the idea of we've got some opportunity for growth when you look at this over time. When we looked at that residency chart, John, I want to thank you for putting this together. We knew we had to go after that out-of-state market when the Rhode Island market just was not there. You'll notice that in-state and out-of-state for masters and professional, think there's an opportunity here, especially with our reach of URI online and growth. How do we go out there to really reach the world through the University of Rhode Island at the master's, professional, doctorate, and certificate level? And then PharmD shows, and of course, that is heavy out-of-state. Last thing in the interest of time, I want to talk a little about the Hope Scholarship. I've gotten a couple of comments from you saying, hey, I hope you'll address it. It is impacting us. It is impacting us. Okay. So it is certainly impacting us, and we've known that. And I want to talk about that impact, if I may, a little bit. These majors that you see on the screen represent majors that are unique to the University of Rhode Island. Many of them are the highest paying jobs in the state. Many of them are extremely needed in the state. When we have free tuition programs at the other institutions, it is a great thing to invest in Rhode Islanders and in tuition. But we should provide equal access to all programs so students can come to the University of Rhode Island and be that engineer, right? Or be in cell and molecular biology and others. And my concern is when states allow free in certain places, it changes the enrollment nature of institutions and what students will major in and choose to major in. And that is a concern. At the University of Rhode Island, we have the highest chance of success with retention rates. We have the highest graduation rates. And this is not an attack on the other institutions. This is the reality of helping students get to the right institution they're meant to go to. What institution should you go to thrive and excel? But when states beyond Rhode Island are forcing students into certain categories, success is not the same. The results are not the same. And long term, I believe it can have devastating economic impact when you are having students change their majors and aspects. And so to me, we need to have the Hope Scholarship. It is the right thing for Rhode Islanders to have access to programs, and we have the ability to provide the greatest chance of success for these students. And so I appreciate the ability to provide that analysis, but a couple of you sent me an email asking if I would address it, and thank you for the amount of time I've had, and if there's any other questions, I'm happy to address them.
Dean, there's one thing I think that's a little bit confusing. So, in terms of targets for in-state students, you say here that we were whatever down 1 or 9 or some small number. Where actually you changed the target because you estimated that we would hit 150 fewer students. So I think you should explain that. I mean, if you actually put the target you want, then we would have seen that we didn't hit it by 159, not by.
So what the price is referring to is that 1274 number should have been plus 150 and was originally. And the 1894 was actually 100 to 120 less. That was what we wanted to happen. It was not going to happen with the current state of affairs. And so we have a lot of strategy around enrollment, so we changed it, which is why that asterisk is there. So thank you for saying this. So we adjusted it, we pivoted, but it's not what we wanted to have happen. We wanted to bring in a plus 150, and that 1894 was supposed to be lower, much lower. And actually, that might have even helped housing when you look at some of the students who commute. But the reality was, as the president said, there was an adaptation that needed to be made. And so while this is what we had planned and built the university's budget on secondary, the initial one were not these targets, as was the same last year, President Parlange. And so that's been 150 student adjustment. In case you're wondering, if you mathematically put that out, it's about $28 million impact over a 4-year period at the University of Rhode Island.
But isn't that change the out-of-state versus in-state why we're having this housing constraint or one of the reasons we're having this housing constraint?
So 94% of our incoming students would like to live on campus, but there is still a greater percentage of that, and we would see a few more commuters. So I would agree, we would not get rid of our housing problem, but it would certainly have been a lot less impacted had we had a better mix. Yes.
Finite number of seats, and we get the Hope Scholars, and when we get more in-state because we get the Hope Scholars, won't that drive out of state down? What's the economics around that?
So I guess there's a couple of different ways you could look at that. One is that to hit that 1894, I had to go to the wait list, and I did not want to do that. In addition, the fact that I really worry about having to dip into, with our admits, we've got to be careful. So one is that what we're looking at for enrollment goals. The economics, out of staters do pay more tuition. And there are certainly services, we talked about housing and others that have to be ramped up based on that as well. There's also the economic impact of the state, producing more engineers, producing more scientists, producing more pharmacists, producing more nurses, and other factors that impact the state as well. So you could answer that, I think, from a university perspective, but I think there's other economic discussions that I think we should have as well.
Just understand the economic impact here before we start pushing too much.
Yes.
I don't know what it is, but it's
and it has been discussed, and I can talk a little bit more about how we look at kind of setting those with this and continuing in graduate as well.
Dean, you do an excellent job. Thank you. And just to follow off on what Tom said too, is yes, we have to look at the economics, but as I brought up at the governance committee meeting, the trend to have fewer and fewer Rhode Islanders is something we should be concerned about, not now, not 5 years from now, but 10 years from now, because that can have an impact on the state's buy-in to URI and the legislature's support if fewer and fewer percentage of students are actually Rhode Islanders. That's something we have to look at.
Thank you. I agree.
But also in context, like what's the population of students that would come from Rhode Island relative to the population of students that come from all the other states? So I appreciate Charlie's point, but we also have to understand like what's the denominator too.
My takeaway was that it's not that Rhode Islanders are choosing to go elsewhere necessarily. It's less of them coming out of high school. So the base is smaller to reach into. Did I get that correctly?
Two things are happening. The first thing that happened to us was we knew the base was getting smaller, and that was something we've known for 10 years. So we went after returning adults, we went after completions, and we knew that mix was happening. The second thing that has happened, though, is now we are admitting Rhode Islanders, and a greater percentage are now choosing the options that are being supported at the free level of the other two institutions. And that is where there's a policy impact on enrollment, where the enrollment management aspect is being impacted by state policy. So there's two factors. We know that there's a challenge there with high school graduates, and we're looking at bringing adults back and great things. But that second thing is our number should be plus 150, even with the current high school demographics, but it is being impacted by the opportunity. We would love to see more transfers. I'd love to see a lot more come out, but the completion rates are not there at the level that are helping us pick up the last 2 years.
Used to getting, we can attribute a lot of that to the Hope Scholarship, is what you're saying.
Promise first, hope will be second, correct?
Yeah, got you.
Out of state students, is that how we're replacing that number?
This fall we did. In the future, I appreciate what you said, forgiving others, and we need to provide access to Rhode Islanders to the 57 plus programs that the state needs graduates for. And that is where, so to me, saying let's go and replace, I personally do not feel that that is what the university should do. I think that we should be here for the state of Rhode Island and provide the workforce that the governor and many have called for. High wage, high demand, and that is what URI is here for. And so I feel very strongly in my role that that is something that we should do, rather than say, well, you can go out and get. That's not what it's about. By the way, we used to bring in 2,700 first-year students. To help with the economics of the university, we grew that to bring in more out-of-state students to help with the budget challenges we had, which then created the housing problem we have. So you know, when you're bringing in 3,200, 3,300 students and you used to bring in 2,700, you can see that impact. Financially, it's a great impact, but that has a lot of impact on services and the classroom and others. And so to me, I want us, we deserve that Hope Scholarship. Our Rhode Island residents deserve the ability to come to URI and pick the majors and the programs they want, rather than say, well, let me redefine what I meant to be, because it will be covered. So that's my stance, and I believe others feel that way as well.
Make the biggest difference. Kids in Rhode Island to come to URI.
They already want to come here, but when it's about economics and tough economic times, and you're looking at paying an electric bill and increased gas and food and others, you make the best decisions you can. And when you have 1/3, just over 30% first in family to attend college, there's a lot of decisions you're making for the first time. The college, how to pay for it, what I should major in, what I meant to do. How do I explore fields that I never imagined until I came to college and explored that? But if you have the ability to go to a pathway that's helpful, gee, this can help. You know, having less debt is a great thing, right? Having an affordable college education is a fantastic thing. And we all want that in society, and that's what the state wants. But right now, it is having some impact on enrollment. Rhode Island College was impacted severely by Promise, and I think we saw several quotes that said hope was needed to help that school survive it. It's a terrific institution, but needed help on enrollment and the scholarship they just got. And now we're sitting here, I'm like, wait a minute here. We've had a lot of success and we have a lot of great retention. Rhode Islanders deserve the opportunity to come to the flagship, connecting with research and the amazing things you've learned about today and beyond. So.
Are we taking a lesser quality about a state student? You said you went to the wait list. That implied that you're taking a lower quality student.
This year we did not, but there is also pretty tremendous grade inflation that's happening right now due to COVID. So understanding what is a grade point average in 2023 is an art and a science. I'll be honest with you on that. But if I have to go deeper for next year, we will have to shift the focus of certain things. We also did have to add in some coursework at the first year level that should not have had due to math learning loss. Now, is that due to a math learning loss because of COVID and the national reports we're seeing? Is it due to the students we're accepting? Well, I'm hearing nationally we're having that challenge. And so grade inflation's happening. You know, I worry about dipping. And then the other aspect is helping to retool students who maybe did not get the skills we had hoped in high school. An example is math. And I think if you saw the report on Rhode Island, it was quite devastating. You know, the average student lost between 6 months and a year in math education during COVID. And then they want to become an engineer, a scientist, a nurse. I could go on and on with the majors.
Completion rates, you know, taking longer to complete a degree because they have to take these remedial courses.
So we are up 29% in the Academic Enhancement Center. And if you ever met Jen Burgess and the team, we will keep adding resources to help students be on track. We are committed. We have a great J term. We have a great summer. We have academic maps, so we can still help them get there on time. But it's tough when you're trying to make up work, especially on the math side. And kudos to our math department, who's done a tremendous work on helping to add sections to meet the needs of students.
For Anatomy 1, they are adding a J-term section since a lot of nursing and pharmacy students are not doing the best at it right now. So they're offering a J-term section so they can still complete it this semester and then be on track for the next semesters. And for microbiome, I believe they're also adding like required review sessions before exams.
Yeah, but it's a lot of work on our faculty and on support to help that happen, but it's what is needed to help students be successful these days. And so I'd rather, you know, we need to still be about our completion goals. It just means we have to add services to make that happen and do the best we can do. And we've got some exciting things happening right now with math placement and some summer work that we're going to be launching this coming summer to really kind of help stay ahead of some of the needs that are out there nationally.
Did you read the housing report?
I'm sorry,
Have you seen the housing report? The housing? Yeah. What number of beds do you think you'd need to make this, you know, take it away from being an enrollment issue?
I will take 1,000 by next fall, and then we'll talk about the next 250 to 500 because I want to make sure graduate students, year-round housing, and maybe some faculty supports here. But I would like to see 1,000, but I also know that they kind of kept me away from that report when they heard what I would want to see. But no, 1,000 beds would really help impact at the undergraduate and the graduate level.
if we thought during COVID we tackled this, but if we, it seems like we have a lot of juniors and seniors still living on campus and graduate students, more than I thought from the report. Could we get a defunct apartment building off campus, rent the whole thing out, so the thing, and then move us third and fourth year students to that and free up the dorm in the next year too? Like COVID, we rented the hotels and can we basically do like a temporary 2-year, 3-year solution? Well,
We probably could look at that if there was an opportunity for a space, but those numbers are really small. They wouldn't they're not 1,000 hotel rooms. They were a couple of hundred for the facilities around here.
I'm just saying how we get, it's gonna take a few years to get.
It is.
So I'm just saying, because I would think we've got, 18, there's a bunch of non-freshman sophomores living on campus.
I'll say that we looked at that, just so you know, we had 2 semesters, I think, that we offered housing at local hotels for people, but the cost that we could get those for were above what they would pay for on-campus housing. And so it was not attractive to them. And I will also say for those students, they wanted to be on campus. So in those times, we weren't able to sell them. That was during COVID. We rented a hotel and allowed people to stay there. And we had very low uptake. And then the following year, the hotel did it directly, renting to students, and allowed them somewhat of a competitive price, but not as good of pricing as the housing on campus. And they were not able to get students to want to be there. So the student, I will say, for our juniors and seniors, and Reva, you can weigh in here, they want to live down the line. It's been that way for I graduated here 30 years ago, and it's where they want to be. They want to be at the beach. They want to be in these homes. They want to live together. Our real need right now on this campus is first and second year. We need to make a commitment to our first and second year students so they can get that sense of belonging, learn how to be good students and good community members, and then where they can go out into the community if that's where they want to go. Some will actually move back home to save money. We have a variety of things that have happened for our students after that, but we know that we have 6,000 to 8,000 in the community living in homes. We could look at it. We certainly can look at re-exploring that, but we didn't have success the last 2 times. Now, again, that once was during COVID, once was the semester right after COVID ended. We knew we weren't going to have enough housing, and we offered a partnership with a local hotel, but they weren't successful.
I feel like a lot of my upperclassmen friends complain about is the parking situation. So I know friends who have to miss class because they don't get parking in time for class. So that's why some students want to live on campus, just for the ease in terms of getting to class and not worrying about finding parking or leaving an hour and a half before they have to be on campus.
We've always had this traditional problem, not having enough beds, not having enough parking, not having a low enough tuition. What is really the highest priority? If we had another 1,000 beds on campus, we have enough classrooms, faculty, and support to educate those students properly.
I would just add to that we need those beds to take care of the enrollment we currently have. We have the students, we have the classes right now. What we don't have is a sense of belonging and a sense of security that when I'm going to go to next year, I'm going to be able to find housing and do that. So this meeting the needs of how we grew the university and providing that support for undergrads. And again, I want to bring in another pitch for graduate students. Our graduate student housing is really desperate, and talk about a group that's gotten need year-round housing. Graduate education, especially at the PhD level, is year-round. So we have all that right now. What we don't have is actually that housing aspect of it.
And contemporary upgraded housing, right? Housing that students want to live in. Let me just that as well. So we do have, again, we had 1,200 students that were triple. We are already moving them out based on things that have happened in housing, where there will be down to very few triples very soon. That's really only 400 students per room. You 400 students. So again, to Dean's point, some of those beds that he's talking about would be for graduate students, because we don't want to have too many beds either, and not the problem that we've had previously 10 years ago. So we want to make sure we can. When you sell them, is you have really good housing on just want to live in. That I look at Brookside, where they have individual bedrooms, right? But they're in a community. It's for them neighborhoods where they live together. But we also need to look at the infrastructure around us. that experience right on them. Have some sense of have that current.
So here the president's talking about the amount of space in the faculty to teach these students. Because that could be a capacity, that could be a log jam, as we don't have the academic capacity to fulfill the needs for these students. I'm just trying to get a sense, which is the highest priority? Is it more beds? Is it more parking spaces? Is it more faculty? Tom's been asking this forever.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're hearing is that we have this current demand. The capacity constraint is serving the current demand. And it happened because we made a decision a number of years ago from a financial standpoint to bring more out-of-state students in. And those out-of-state students need facilities and infrastructure. And for a variety of reasons, in-state's going down and out-state's going up. Graduate, we want to even go up higher. Like our numbers actually are lower right now. That's not even the target. So we know it's a critical need. That's why the ad hoc real estate committee's back in service, and we're looking at the housing plan with a really critical eye, because it's got to, I think what we're hearing around the table is that we need to accelerate this plan. And that's not even, as Dean just said, that's not even for growth. That's for current students that we're serving. Okay, thank you so much, Dean.
Yeah.
Your reports are always really, really helpful.
Thank you, Dean. Madam Chair, we have a number of action items from the Academic Affairs and Research Committee. The first is one of the more important ones that this board presides over, and that is the award of degrees and other academic honors. So I would like a motion that the Board of Trustees approve the awarding of undergraduate and graduate degrees, diplomas, certificates, and honors to be conferred by the president to the candidates who will have completed their requirements at the conclusion of the fall 2023 term and who are approved by the faculty of the University of Rhode Island as recommended and presented in the enclosure.
So moved, Jay Placencia.
Do I have a second?
Jay said it.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please say no. Are there any abstentions? The motion is approved unanimously. The second relates to the candidate for the School of Nursing deanship that was discussed earlier by Provost Wolf. Provost Wolf, our candidate's name is now public. Is that correct?
No, it is not.
It is not. Okay. So that the Board of Trustees grant and approve the granting of tenure effective January 1, 2024 to an incoming faculty member who has met the requirements for tenure at the University of Rhode Island as recommended and presented in executive session. Do I have a motion to that effect?
Move it, Tom Ryan.
Matt Len, seconded.
Thank you. Do I have discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I will ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please say no. All abstentions? Any abstentions? The motion is approved unanimously. The final action item is the approval and the awarding of honorary degrees for commencement. May I have a motion that the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees approve the awarding of honorary degrees to the recipients proposed by the Office of the President and the nominating committee who were approved in executive session. Is there a motion to that effect?
Move it, Tom Ryan.
Is there a second?
Courtney Nicolata.
I'll then ask for a voice vote. Oh, excuse me, discussion of the motion. Hearing none, I'll ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please say no. Any abstentions? The motion is approved unanimously. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's the end of my report.
Thank you very much, Neil. Okay, we're going to go to governance with Courtney, please.
Great, thanks, Madam Chair. We met on October 26th. We had a great meeting and just had a couple of items to address. One in particular is annually we put together a quick memo or report to the governor sharing the activities, particularly of the Board of Trustees. And so we've been working with Chelsea and Matt and others as they're thinking through the overall annual report and specifically the memo to the governor. So that's in progress and will be delivered in early 2024. And then just the other thing to mention, to Margot's point earlier, board engagement and other key performance indicators for the board are currently being developed and anticipating that for the February meeting. The last item was the action item that we have today, which is the approval of proposed amendments to the university's policy on degrees. And I think Kara is going to provide. Dan is online. So Dan, you're going to provide some context on the policy?
You're muted, Dan.
Thank you. How about that?
Good.
Yeah, you're good.
Great. Okay, so I can give a quick update on this policy, just so that the board knows. This policy was reviewed by the Governance Committee, but it was also presented at the Academic Affairs and Research Committee in September. It's presented here as a part of a regularly scheduled policy review. So it's not in reaction to any particular thing. This is just on target for its review schedule. The changes in this draft is there is new language expressing the intent for recipients to have exceptional achievements, to serve as inspiring examples, and to bring honor to the university. Additionally, recipients are no longer required to appear at the main commencement ceremony, but rather at, quote, an appropriate or agreed upon commencement ceremony. So there's some flexibility in there. And then there's an adjustment to eligibility. Faculty, staff, students, as well as political office holders and seekers remain ineligible for 3 years after the conclusion of their term in service. The current policy just says current faculty, students, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's important to note that these changes were made after some benchmarking with other national and regional peer schools and to sort of align with those institutions and what are seen as best practices.
Great, thanks, Dan. Any questions for Dan? All right, hearing none, may I have a motion that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed amendments to the URI Board of Trustees policy on awarding of honorary degrees as recommended and presented in the enclosure?
Move Neil Kerwin.
Thanks,
Second,
Matt
Jay
and Neil.
Crescencio.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The yeses have it. The motion is approved, and Chair, that is my report.
Thank you so much, Courtney.
Do we have any more? Is the board set? Are we done with the board members, new board members?
So we have a group of board members who are going to be. We have a group of board members who will be expired as of end of February. I think there's 6 of us, maybe 5 of us. I'll have to double check the number. But there are some. And so part of the report to the governor will be to outline those members, their interest, if any, to continue on and discuss next steps. Usually what happens after we submit that memo, Margot reaches out to Tony and the governor to set up a meeting to discuss.
When is the speaker's nominee coming back on?
It should be when they get together in January.
When the names will come up again?
The speaker's choice. It should be January.
Speaker's choice is supposed to be taken up immediately in January.
Yeah.
Because that one missed it in the end.
It was a timing issue, yeah.
Yeah. That's a good question, though. We gotta put that on our list, Courtney. What's that?
Chair, that's been used before. Sorry, can't help myself.
But I missed it.
You can imagine what it is.
I said we need to add a chair that hasn't been used before. That's what I said.
Armin will have to explain it to me later. Okay. So the last report, Student Life and Athletics Committee, Tom has informed us that all of his items have actually been taken care of. The Clear report, and unless we want to see the student housing plan again, we've seen that. And the last item, before I get to the last item, all of you at your seat, you have this annual report. This is hot off the press. And this is from the foundation that Lil and her team provide. And I would take you to the page 2 that says we're 267 million raised toward our $300 million campaign goal. So that's excellent progress. And yeah, okay, what's the number? 282, very good. I would also take you to the next 2 pages where it appears in the far right picture that Mark is trying to try out for the football team. Looks like a
Very good.
pretty good spiral there. I don't know how
Casually passing a touchdown.
I don't know how Coach Fleming would feel, but it looks pretty good.
You're a speedy receiver.
But I thought this was well done. Thank you, Lil. Okay, the last item is a vote on the minutes to be approved. So can I have a motion on the September 22nd, 2023 Board of Trustees minutes? Second, thank you, Maria. Okay, any discussion? Any objections or abstentions? All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Okay, the motion is approved. And the last item is the motion to adjourn our, hang on a second. Our next meeting is February 16th, which is going to be held virtually by most people. Those of us who live in Florida will probably be in Florida. So if you want to come to campus, you can come to campus, but most of us are going to do it virtually. Thanks to Speaker Shikarchi getting us that ability. So now may I have a motion to adjourn?
So
Matt, are you the second? Okay, all right. A voice vote, all in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motions to adjourn is approved. We'll see you in February. Thank you very much.